Hello, we're here. In true Bay-Late fashion, we're just a little bit late. Okay. So, Operation Mad Dog was the first on the list to read. Ooh, and we got the sun coming right in on us, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, shut up, phone. All right. Oh my God.
What? What?
Operation Mad Dog just posted, got hit by car on my way to hospital now.
I don't think Operation Mad Dog's gonna be doing his reading.
Ooh. Yeah, okay. Okay. Well.
Let's all hope for Operation Mad Dog's
Yes.
safety.
I mean, at least they were able to.
Let somebody know?
Yeah. They were able to. Painterly says that's a hell of a way to get out of a reading assignment. I hope their day gets a lot better. Yeah. So right now I am trying to figure out what's going on with our audio, and I apologize. Let me see what's going on here.
Trying to figure out what's going on.
Ooh.
Hey, guess what that was?
Yeah. There we go. Okay. Yeah, sorry. That's that's Miss Burley over there cleaning her palette.
I'm cleaning my palette. I'm sorry, I'm almost done. Just a minute.
All right, we're good.
Okay.
Mike Disney says, Burley, keep it down. I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sorry.
Or what? Here comes Miss Kelly. I bet you she'll be late for her own death.
Oh, she had to take care of babies.
Ooh, I don't know, Mike. I don't know that that's a negative. Operation Mad Dog got hit by a car. Okay. So, he's not reading. Yes.
Yes.
So, I guess if one of you else wants to step in.
Sure.
Alan also said that he can step in. There's another person who can step in as well. So, give me a second. I will reach out to everyone, see who wants to step in. We'll do it.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to read Poe, and I don't know if 8 a.m. is the time to do that. But
I will happily
I can't read.
Fill in.
Never learned.
the Canva one that I put up is not that one.
Edgar Allan Poe, yes.
I dropped out of school in 2nd grade. Never learned to read.
We don't have the Patreon up there.
I don't?
No, we put up the no bets one.
Yeah.
We could have put the no bets in the description.
But I did do this. I didn't know there was a Patreon link. You didn't share a
It's not
Patreon.
the original one that I sent you.
Oh, I couldn't copy the text. Hold on. So I just took the links from what was posted in the Discord. I didn't. Did you share the Patreon in?
I'll just share the individual sections.
Can you send me in through Discord the Patreon?
Wait, are you gonna read Edgar Allan Poe for an hour?
No. I think we're okay.
Mike, if you're talking to me, I knew that was kidding. I knew that was a joke. I was joking back. I don't really want spanked, and I don't really want you to spank me. That was me?
Yeah. If we want to start reading, it's not a murder stream, it's just a reading stream. Even though we're not gonna do anything, we're just gonna get as much money and do the, the remembrance. It's not murder stream. Alright. 2 seconds.
She didn't start the heated.
I know.
Is it just James Wappel?
Yes.
Okay.
I just sent it to you in text.
Well, I'm in just regular Kelly, so I didn't get it. And I didn't. Oh, I didn't get it in Flippy Jimmy.
Wait for Netflix. That's fine.
There it is. Okay, I got it.
Unless you write it down and invest it.
I've done a little bit. I've just been saying hi to everybody, giving them an update on poor Operation Mad Dog that they won't be coming in to read today. But we had a little bit of technical stuff happen first thing in the morning, and a little bit of extra sleeping that happened this morning. So it's a day at Bailey, and that's what I was saying on the Discord, that today will be a having to fly by the seat of our pants at some moments. So
It's very short notice.
it's short notice, and whenever you're dealing with anything tech, something's going to happen. So that's why I left. There will be some winging it, definitely. I left 9 o'clock as open as possible, because if we start getting backed up, then that's a catch-up time. But we've got somebody that wants to step in if we've got enough time in that slot. So the way that some of the scheduling is going to work is we are technically giving everybody about 50 minutes, because there is going to be about to get people in. Anybody who's going to be streaming at the same time as us, we're going to try and do the guest star, so that we have their audio while they're reading.
And we'll just mute ours.
And anybody who's through Discord, then we'll play the Discord audio through here. I've used Voice Meter before, and it sometimes works well and sometimes gives us a lot of grief. So again, we'll be working through issues as we go. And this is for Cathy. So Mike Disney, keep your horny at bay. No flirting with Burley today, right, Burley?
I mean, he can. I'm not gonna stop him.
All right. Kelly, looks like you brought a book.
I also have Agatha Christie in the book.
Mike says, "Wow, no flirting. I'm out," says Minnie Mad Cat. No, don't feel bad. You're good.
Mike, it was a joke. It wasn't. I didn't take offense to it. Kelly must be grumpy or something.
Mike, you're fine.
But Mike, nobody's mad at you. Nobody's upset. Nobody thinks you shouldn't have said that. I thought it was just being fun and playful. You're good.
No, don't feel bad, Mike. We love you. You're a sweetheart, and I hope you're taking care of that beard. Don't be surprised if one day there's a can of pomade showing up in the mail. They get you the good stuff. The good beard balm. All right. I don't know. I was just gonna go with the tried and true, the Raven. If you wanted to hear something else, by all means. Looking for input?
No, that's fine. Go ahead. Good.
Okay. One second. Okay. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door, "only this and nothing more." Ah, distinctly I remember, it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcase of sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you, ere I opened wide the door. Darkness there and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore?" This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, "Lenore." Merely this and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning, soon again I heard a tapping somewhat louder than before. "Surely," said I, "surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see, then, what threat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment in this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind and nothing more. Open here I flung the shutter, when with many flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mien of lord or lady perched above my chamber door, perched upon a bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, perched and sat and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stirred decorum of the countenance it wore. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou, I said, art sure no craven, ghastly grim and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on this night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Much I marveled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning with little relevancy bore, for we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door. Bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above this chamber door with such a name as nevermore. But the raven sitting lonely on the placid bust spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word did he outpour. Nothing further than he uttered, not a feather then he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, other friends have flown before, on the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said, nevermore. Startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of never, nevermore. One sip. But the raven, still beguiling my said fancy into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to thinking, fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. This I sat, engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing, to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, whose velvet lining with the lamp lighting gloated o'er. She shall press, ah, nevermore. Then, methought, the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer, swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee, by these angels he hath sent thee, respite, and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget his lost Lenore, quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whose whether tempter sent or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate yet all daunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore. Is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore, quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within the distant Aidenn I shall clasp a sainted maiden, whom the angels name Lenore, clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word our sign in parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked, upstarting, get thee back into the tempest in the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken, quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting, on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, and his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor, and my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. Discord or are they
Which one?
Merlin models?
Merlin Models is in the chat, I believe.
Yeah, they didn't say.
Merlin Models
yeah,
is
they
in
are
the
there.
chat. Yeah.
Hello. At 9 o'clock, are you streaming yourself or are you in Discord? I saw that book and I almost grabbed it. I'll be in Discord. Okay.
These are short little ghost stories by M.R. James. Fully titled Ghost Stories.
You can read if you want to read this one.
It was, as far as I can ascertain, in September of the year 1811 that a post chaise drew up before the door of Ashby Hall, in the heart of Lincolnshire. The little boy, who was the only passenger in the chaise, and who jumped out as soon as it had stopped, looked about him with the keenest curiosity during the short interval that elapsed between the ringing of the bell and the opening of the hall door. He saw a tall, square, red brick house built in the reign of Anne. A stone-pillared porch had been added in the pure classical style of 1790. The windows of the house were many, tall and narrow, with small panes and thick white woodwork. A pediment pierced with a round window round the front. There were wings to right and left, connected by curious glazed galleries, supported by colonnades with a central block. These wings plainly contained the stables and offices of the house. Each was surmounted by an ornamental cupola with a gilded vane. An evening that light shone on the building, making the window panes glow like so many fires. Away from the hall in front stretched a flat park studded with oaks and fringed with firs, which stood out against the sky. The clock in the church tower, buried in trees on the edge of the park, only its golden weathercock catching the light, was striking 6, and the sound came gently beating down the wind. It was altogether a pleasant impression, though tinged with a sort of melancholy appropriate to an evening in early autumn, that was conveyed to the mind of the boy who was standing in the porch waiting for the door to open to him. The post-chaise had brought him from Warwickshire, where, some 6 months before, he had been left an orphan. Now, owing to the generous offer of his elderly cousin, Mr. Abney, he had come to live at Ashworby. The offer was unexpected, because all who knew anything of Mr. Abney looked upon him as a somewhat austere recluse, into whose steady-going household the advent of a small boy would import a new and, it seemed, incongruous element. The truth is that very little was known of Mr. Abney's pursuits or temper. The professor of Greek at Cambridge had been heard to say that no one knew more of the religious beliefs of the later pagans than did the owner of Ashworby. Certainly, his library contained all the then available books bearing on the mysteries, the Orphic poems, the worship of Mithras, and the Neoplatonist. In the marble-paved hall stood a fine group of Mithras slaying a bull, which had been imported from the Levant at great expense by the owner. He had contributed a description of it to the Gentleman's Magazine, and he had written a remarkable series of articles in the Critical Museum on the superstitions of the Romans of the Lower Empire. He was looked upon, in fine, as a man wrapped up in his books, and it was a matter of great surprise among his neighbors that he should ever have heard of his orphan cousin, Stephen Elliott, much more that he should have volunteered to make him an inmate of Ashworby Hall. Whatever may have been expected by his neighbors, it is certain that Mr. Abney, the tall, the thin, the austere, seemed inclined to give his young cousin a kindly reception. The moment the front door was opened, he darted out of his study, rubbing his hands with delight. "How are you, my boy? How are you? How old are you?" said he. "That is, you are not too much tired, I hope, by your journey, to eat your supper." "No, thank you, sir," said Master Elliot. "I am pretty well." "That's a good lad," said Mr. Abney. "And how old are you, my boy?" It seemed a little odd that he should have asked the question twice in the first 2 minutes of their acquaintance. "I am 12 years old next birthday, sir," said Stephen. "And when is your birthday, my dear boy?" 11th of September, eh? That's very well. Nearly a year hence, isn't it? I like it. I'd like to get these things down in my book. Sure it's 12? Certain? Yes, quite sure, sir. Well, well, take him to Mrs. Bunch's room, Parks, and let him have his tea, supper, whatever it is. Yes, sir, asked the staid Mr. Parks, and conducted Stephen to the lower regions. Mrs. Bunch was the most comfortable and human person whom Stephen had as yet met at Ashworby. She made him completely at home. They were great friends in a quarter of an hour, and great friends they remained. Mrs. Bunch had been born in the neighborhood some 55 years before the date of Stephen's arrival, and her residence at the Hall was of 20 years' standing. Consequently, if anyone knew the ins and outs of the house and the district, Mrs. Bunch knew them, and she was by no means disinclined to communicate her information. Certainly there were plenty of things about the Hall and the Hall gardens which Stephen, who was an adventurous and inquiring turn, was anxious to have explained to him. Who built the temple at the end of the Laurel Walk? Who was the old man whose picture hung on the staircase, sitting at a table with a skull under his hand? These and many similar points were cleared up by the resources of Mrs. Bunch's powerful intellect. There were others, however, of which the explanations furnished were less satisfactory. One November evening, Stephen was sitting by the fire in the housekeeper's room, reflecting on his surroundings. Is Mr. Abney a good man? And will he go to heaven? He suddenly asked, with the peculiar confidence which children possess in the ability of their elders to settle these questions, the decision of which is believed to be reserved for other tribunals. Good? Bless the child, said Mrs. Bunch. Master's as kind a soul as ever I did see. Didn't I never tell you of the little boy as he took in out of the street, as you may say, this 7 years back? And the little girl, 2 years after I first come here. No, do tell me about all of them, Mrs. Bunch. Now, this minute. Well, said Mrs. Bunch, the little girl I don't seem to recollect so much about. I know Master brought her back with him from his walk one day, and give orders to Mrs. Ellis, who, as was housekeeper then, as she should be took every care with, and the poor child had no one belonging to her. She told me so her own self, and here she lived with us a matter of 3 weeks it might be, and then, whether she was something of a gypsy in her blood, or what not. But one morning, she out of her bed afore any of us had opened an eye, and neither track nor yet trace of her have I set eyes on since. Master was wonderful put about, and had all the ponds dragged, but it is my belief she had away by them gypsies, for there was singing round the house for as much as an hour the night she went. And Parks, he declared, as he heard them a-calling in the woods all that afternoon, dear, dear, a hard child she was, so silent in her ways and all, but I was wonderful taken up with her, so domesticated she was, surprising. And what about the little boy, said Stephen. Ah, that poor boy, sighed Mrs. Bunch. He were a foreigner, Giovanni, he called himself, and he came a-tweaking his hurdy-gurdy round and about the drive one winter day, and Master had him in that minute, and asked all about where he was from, and how old he was, and how he made his way, and where was his relatives, and all as kind as heart could wish. But I went the same way with him. They're an unruly lot, them foreign nations, I do suppose, and he was off one fine morning, just the same as the girl. Why he went and what he done was our question, for as much as a year after, for he never took his hurdy-gurdy, and there it lay on the shelf. The remainder of the evening was spent by Stephen in miscellaneous cross-examination of Mrs. Bunch, and in efforts to extract a tune from their hurdy-gurdy. That night he had a curious dream. At the end of the passage top of the house, in which his bedroom was situated, there was an old disused bathroom. It was kept locked, but the upper half of the door was glazed, and since the muslin curtains which used to hang there had long been gone, you could look in and see the lead-lined bath affixed to the wall on the right hand, with its head towards the window. On the night of which I am speaking, Stephen Elliott found himself, as he thought, looking through the glazed door. The moon was shining through the window, and he was gazing at a figure which lay in the bath. We are at 8:34.
Yep.
His description of what he saw reminds
I'll let you know when we get close to 9.
Okay, thank you. His description of what he saw reminds me of what I once beheld myself in the famous vaults of St. Michael's Church in Dublin, which possesses the horrid property of preserving corpses from decay for centuries. A figure inexpressibly thin and pathetic, of a dusty leaden color, enveloped in a shroud-like garment, the thin lips crooked into a faint and dreadful smile, the hands pressed tightly over the region of the heart. As he looked upon it, a distant, almost inaudible moan seemed to issue from its lips, and the arms began to stir. The terror of the sight forced Stephen backwards, and he awoke to the fact that he was indeed standing on the cold boarded floor of the passage in the full light of the moon. With a courage which I do not think can be common among boys of his age, he went to the door of the bathroom to ascertain if the figure of his dreams was really there. It was not, and he went back to bed. Mrs. Bunch was much impressed next morning by his story, and went so far as to replace the muslin curtain over the glazed door of the bathroom. Mr. Abney, moreover, to whom he confided his experience at breakfast, was greatly interested and made notes of the matter in what he called his book. The spring equinox was approaching, as Mr. Abney frequently reminded his cousin, adding that this had been always considered by the ancients to be a critical time for the young, that Stephen would do well to take care of himself and to shut his bedroom window at night, and that had some valuable remarks on the subject. Two incidents that occurred about this time made an impression upon Stephen's mind. The first was after an unusually uneasy and oppressed night that he had passed, though he could not recall any particular dream that he had had. The following evening, Mrs. Bunch was occupying herself in mending his nightgown. "Gracious me, Master Stephen," she broke forth rather irritably. "How do you manage to tear your nightdress all to flinders this way? Look here, sir, what troubles you do give to poor servants that have to darn and mend after you." There was indeed a most destructive and apparently wanton series of slits and scorings in the garment, which would undoubtedly require a skillful needle to make good. They were confined to the left side of the chest, long, parallel slits about 6 inches in length, some of them not quite piercing the texture of the linen. Stephen could only express his entire ignorance of their origin. He was sure they were not there the night before. "But," he said, "Mrs. Bunch, they are just the same as the scratches on the outside of my bedroom door, and I'm sure I never had anything to do with making them." Mrs. Bunch gazed at him open-mouthed, and then snatched up a candle, departed hastily from the room, and was heard making her way upstairs. In a few minutes she came down. "Well," she said, "Master Stephen, it's a funny thing to me how the marks and scratches can come there. Too high for any cat or dog to have made them, much less a rat. For all the world's like a Chinaman's fingernails, as my uncle in the tea trade used to tell us of when we was girls together. I would say nothing to master, not if I were you. Master Stephen, my dear, and just turn the key of the door when you go to your bed." "I always do, Mrs. Bunch, as soon as I've said my prayers." "Ah, that's a good child, always say your prayers, and then no one can hurt you." Herewith Mrs. Bunch addressed herself to mending the injured nightgown, with intervals of meditation, until bedtime. This was on a Friday night in March, 1812. On the following evening, the usual duet of Stephen and Mrs. Bunch was augmented by the sudden arrival of Mr. Parks, the butler, who as a rule kept rather to himself in his own pantry. He did not see that Stephen was there. He was, moreover, flustered and less slow of speech than was his wont. "Master may get up his own wine if he likes of an evening," was his first remark. "Either I do it in the daytime or not at all, Mrs. Bunch. I don't know what it may be, very likely it's the rats or the wind got into the cellars, but I'm not so young as I was, and I can't go through with it as I have done." "Well, Mr. Parks, you know it is a surprising place for the rats, is the hall." "I'm not denying that, Mrs. Bunch, and to be sure, many a time I've heard the tale from the men in the shipyards about the rat that could speak. Never laid no confidence in that before, but tonight, if I demeaned myself to lay my ear to the door of the further bin, I could pretty much have heard what they was saying." "Oh, there, Mr. Parks, I've no patience with your fancies. Rats talking in the wine cellar, indeed." "Well, Mrs. Bunch, I've no wish to argue with you. All I say is, if you chose to go to the far bin and lay your ear to the door, you may prove my words this minute." "What nonsense you do talk, Mr. Parks, not fit for children to listen to. Why, you'll be frightening Master Stephen there out of his wits." "What? Master Stephen," said Parks, awakening to the consciousness of the boy's presence. "Master Stephen knows well enough that when I'm playing a joke with you, Mrs. Bunch." In fact, Mr. Stephen knew much too well to suppose that Mr. Parks had in the first instance intended a joke. He was interested, not altogether pleasantly, in the situation, but all his questions were unsuccessful in inducing the butler to give any more detailed account of his experiences in the wine cellar. We have now arrived at March 24th, 1812. It was a day of curious experiences for Stephen, a windy, noisy day, which filled the house and the gardens with a restless impression. As Stephen stood by the fence of the grounds and looked out into the park, he felt as if an endless procession of unseen people were sweeping past him on the wind, born of resistlessly and aimlessly, vainly striving to stop themselves, to catch at something that might arrest their flight and bring them once again into contact with the living world of which they had formed a part. After luncheon that day, Mr. Abney said, "Stephen, my boy, do you think you could manage to come to me tonight as late as 11 o'clock in my study? I shall be busy until that time, and I wish to show you something connected with your future life, which is most important that you should know. You are not to mention this matter to Mrs. Bunch, nor to anyone else in the house, and you had better go to your room at the usual time." Here was a new excitement added to life. Stephen eagerly grasped at the opportunity of sitting up till 11 o'clock. He looked in the library door on his way upstairs that evening and saw a brazier, which he had often noticed in the corner of the room, moved out before the fire. An old silver-gilt cup stood on the table, filled with red wine, and some written sheets of paper lay near it. Mr. Abney was sprinkling some incense on the brazier from a round silver box as Stephen passed, but did not seem to notice his step. The wind had fallen, and there was a still night and a full moon. At about 10 o'clock, Stephen was standing at the open window of his bedroom, looking out over the country. Still, as the night was, the mysterious population of the distant moonlight woods was not yet lulled to rest. From time to time, strange cries, as of lost and despairing wanderers, sounded from across the mere. They might be the notes of owls or water birds, yet they did not quite resemble either sound. Were they not coming nearer? Now they sounded from the nearer side of the water, and in a few moments they seemed to be floating about among the shrubberies. Then they ceased. But just as Stephen was thinking of shutting the window and resuming his reading of Robinson Crusoe, he caught sight of two figures standing on the gravel terrace that ran along the garden side of the hall. The figures of a boy and a girl, it seemed. They stood side by side, looking up at the windows. Something in the form of the girl recalled irresistibly his dream of the figure in the bath. The boy inspired him with much more acute fare. Whilst the girl stood tall, half smiling, with her hands clasped over her heart, the boy, a thin shape with black hair and ragged clothing, raised his arms in the air with the appearance of menace and of unappeasable hunger and longing. The moon shone upon his almost transparent hands, and Stephen saw that the nails were fearfully long, and that the light shone through them. As he stood with his arms thus raised, he disclosed a terrifying spectacle. On the left side of his chest there opened a black and gaping rent, and there fell upon Stephen's brain, rather than upon his ear, the impression of one of those hungry and desolate cries that he had heard resounding over the woods of Ashworby all that evening. In another moment this dreadful pair had moved swiftly and noiselessly over the dry gravel, and he saw them no more. Inexpressibly frightened as he was,
8:43.
he determined to take his cable and go down to Mr. Abney's study, for the hour appointed for their meeting was near at hand. Did you want to set up with the next person? Just
I've got it.
okay.
I've got it.
Good. The study or library opened out of the front hall on one side, and Stephen, urged by his terrors, did not take long in getting there. To effect an entrance was not so easy. It was not locked, he felt sure, for the key was on the outside of the door as usual. His repeated knocks produced no answer. Mr. Abney was engaged. He was speaking. What? Why did he try to cry out? And why was the cry choked in his throat? Had he, too, seen the mysterious children? But now everything was quiet, and the door yielded to Stephen's terrified and frantic pushing. On the table in Mr. Abney's study, certain papers were found which explained the situation to Stephen Elliott when he was of an age to understand them. The most important scenes were as follows. It was a belief, very strongly and generally held by the ancients, of whose wisdom in these matters I have had such experience as induces me to place confidence in their assertions, that by enacting certain processes, which to us moderns have something of a barbaric complexion, a very remarkable enlightenment of the spiritual faculties in man may be attained. That, for example, by absorbing the personalities of a certain number of his fellow creatures, an individual may gain a complete ascendancy over those orders of spiritual beings which control the elemental forces of our universe. It is recorded of Simon Magus that he was able to fly in the air, to become invisible, or to assume any form he pleased, by the agency of the soul of a boy whom, to use the libellous phrase employed by the author of the Clementine Recognitions, he had murdered. I find it set down, moreover, with a considerable detail in the writings of Hermes Trismegistus, that similar happy results may be produced by the absorption of the hearts of not less than 3 human beings below the age of 21 years. To the testing of the truth of this receipt, I have devoted the greater part of the last 20 years, selecting as the corpora vilia of my experiment such persons as could conveniently be removed without occasioning a sensible gap in society. The first step I effected by the removal of one Phoebe Stanley, a girl of gypsy extraction, on March 24th, 1792. The second by the removal of a wandering Italian lad named Giovanni Paoli on the night of March 23, 1805. The final victim, to employ a word repugnant in the highest degree of my feelings, must be my cousin, Stephen Elliott. His day must be this March 24th, 1812. The best means of effecting the required absorption is to remove the heart of the living subject, to reduce it to ashes, and to mingle them with about a pint of some red wine, preferably port. The remains of the first 2 subjects, at least, it will be well to conceal. A disused bathroom or wine cellar will be found convenient for such a purpose. Some annoyance may be experienced from the psychic portion of the subjects, which popular language dignifies with the name of ghost. But the man of philosophic temperament, to whom alone the experiment is appropriate, will be little prone to attach importance to the feeble efforts of these beings to wreak their vengeance on him. I contemplate with the liveliest satisfaction the enlarged and emaciated existence which the experiment, if successful, will confer on me, not only placing me beyond the reach of human justice, so called, but eliminating to a great extent the prospect of death itself. Mr. Abney was found in his chair, his head thrown back, his face stamped with an expression of rage, fright, and mortal pain. In his left side was a terrible lacerated wound, exposing the heart. There was no blood on his hands, and a long knife that lay on the table was perfectly clean. A savage wildcat might have inflicted the injuries. The window of the study was open, and it was the opinion of the coroner that Mr. Abney had met his death by the agency of some wild creature. But Stephen Elliott's study of the papers I have quoted him led him to a very different conclusion. So we're at 8:47. Did you want to go ahead? We can be a little early, or just make sure that everything's working.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello. So give me just 1 second. You can hear us?
I can.
Awesome. All right. For the time being, I am going to pause our lo-fi so that everybody can hear you well. And over here. Okay. So we'll start with, if you just want to introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Merlin. I've been painting models for about 5 years. I never got a chance to meet Kath, but I would have wanted to. Seems a bundle of joy. I'm going to be reading The Mabinogion, which is a collection of Welsh legends. So Kat has asked for me to be louder, apparently.
Oh, that's okay. So what we're going to do is we are actually going to mute our microphone. You're going to have your own audio, and we'll get you started. So let me just switch you over, and you can start reading.
Can I be heard clearly now? I'm going to keep talking until the volume is adjusted to the volume as required to be, because if I am any closer to my microphone, I will be eating it. Am I good now? I'll wait a second, Mini Mad Cat, so you can give another. You're in the room. Fantastic. So, the Mabinogion is a collection of Welsh legends that were passed on over hundreds of years through oral tradition and have been codified into book form. And I have a copy of it in English. But as a Welsh speaker, I can pronounce the names and locations correctly. So hopefully this is of interest. front of the introduction is way longer than I thought it was. The Mabinogion is split into 4 branches, and then after that there is a collection of stories. I'll be reading the first branch, and then before we go. Pwyll, Prince of Dyfed, was lord over 7 cantref. Dyfed. Cantref was 100 village. Once upon a time, he was at Arberth, one of his chief courts, and it came into his head and his heart to go hunt. The part of his realm he wanted to hunt was Glencoch. He set out that night for Arberth and came as far as Penllwyn, Diawira, and stayed there that night. And early the next day he got up and came to Glencoch and unleashed his dogs in the forest. Anyone having trouble? Am I good to continue? Okay, cool. All right, dogs. And he blew his horn and began to muster the hunt, and went off after the dogs and became separated from his companion. And as he was listening for the cry of his pack, he heard the cry of another pack. But these had a different cry, and they were coming towards his own pack. And he could see a clearing in the forest, a level field, and his own pack was reaching the edge of the clearing. He saw a stag in front of the other, and towards the middle of the clearing, the pack that was chasing caught up with the stag and brought it to the ground. Then Pwyll looked at the colour of the pack, without bothering to look at the stag. And of all the hounds he had seen in the world, he had never seen a dog of this colour. They were a gleaming, shining white, and their ears were red. And the whiteness of the dogs shone, so did the redness of their ears. Then he came to the dogs and drove away the pack that had killed them, and fed his own pack upon it. As he was feeding the dogs, he could see a rider coming after the pack on a large dapple-grey horse, with a hunting horn round his neck, and wearing hunting clothes of light grey material. Then the rider came up to him and spoke to him like this. "Sir," he said, "I know who you are, but I will not greet you." "Well," said Pwyll, "perhaps your rank is such that you are not obliged to." "God knows," he said. "It's not the level of my rank that prevents me." "What else, sir?" said Pwyll. Ads. There you go. "Between me and God," he said, "your own lack of manners and discourtesy." "What discourtesy, sir, have you seen in me?" "I have seen no greater discourtesy in a man," he said, "than to drive away the pack that had killed the stag and feed your own pack on it." He said, "That was discourtesy. And although I will not take revenge upon you between me and God," he said, "I will bring shame upon you to the value of 100 stags." "Sir," said Pwyll, "if I have done wrong, I will redeem your friendship." "How will you redeem it?" he said. "According to your rank, but I do not know who you are." "I am crowned king in the land that I come." "Lord," said Pwyll, "good day to you, and which land do you come from?" "From Anufin," he said. "I am Arawn, king of Anufin." Anufin is the kingdom of the dead. "Lord," said Pwyll, "how shall I win your friendship?" "This is how," he replied. "A man whose territory is next to mine is fighting forever fighting me. He is Havgan, king from Anufin. By ridding me of that oppression, and you could do that easily, you will win my friendship." "I will do that gladly," said Pwyll. "Tell me how I can do it." "I will," he replied. "This is how. I will make a firm alliance with you. What I shall do is to put you in my place in Anufin, and give you the most beautiful woman you have ever seen to sleep with you every night, and give you my face and form, so that no chamberlain nor officer nor any other person who has ever served me shall know that you are not me. All this," he said, "from tomorrow until the end of the year, and then we shall meet again in this place." "Well and good," Bush replied, "but even if I am there until the end of the year, how will I find the man of whom you speak?" "A year from tonight," Arawn said, "there is a meeting between him and me at the ford. Be there in my shape," he said, "and you must give him only one blow. He will not survive it." and although he may ask you to give him another, you must not, however much he begs you, because no matter how many more blows I give him, the next day he was fighting against me as well as before. Well and good, said Push. But what shall I do with my realm? I shall arrange that no man or woman in your realm realizes that I am not you, and I will take your place, said Araun. Gladly, said Push, and I will go on my way. Your path will be smooth, and nothing will hinder you until you get to my land. I will escort you. Araun escorted Push until he saw the court and dwelling place. There is the court and the realm under your authority. Make for your court. There is no one there who will not recognize you. And as you observe the service there, you will come to know the custom of the court. He made his way to court. He saw sleeping quarters there in halls and rooms, the most beautifully adorned buildings that anyone had seen, and he went to the hall to take off his boots. Chamberlains and young maids came to remove his boots, and everyone greeted him as they arrived. 2 knights came to remove his hunting clothes and to dress him in golden garment of brocaded silk. The hall was got ready. With that he could see a war band and retinues coming in, and the fairest and best equipped men that anyone had ever seen, and the queen with them, the most beautiful woman that anyone had ever seen, wearing a golden garment of shining brocaded silk. So much brocaded silk. Then they went to wash, and went to the tables, sat like this, the queen on one side, and the earl, he supposed, on the other. And he and the queen began to converse. As he conversed with her, he found her to be most noble woman, and the most gracious in disposition and discourse he had ever seen. They spent their time eating and drinking, singing and carousing. Of all the courts he had seen on earth, that was the court with the most food and drink and golden vessels of royal jewel. Time came for them to go to sleep, and they went to sleep. He and the queen. As soon as they got to bed, he turned his face to the edge of the bed, and his back to her. From then to the next day, he did not say a word to her. The next day, there was a tenderness and friendly conversation between them. Whatever affection existed between them during the day, on a single night until the end of the year, was different from the first night. He spent the year hunting and singing and carousing and friendship and conversation with companions until the night of the meeting. On that night, the meeting was as well remembered by the inhabitant in that remotest part of the realm as it was by him. So he came to the meeting, accompanied by the noblemen of his realm. As soon as he came to the ford, a knight got up and spoke like this. Noblemen, he said, listen carefully. This confrontation is between 2 kings, and between their 2 persons alone. Each one is making a claim against the other regarding land and territory. All of you should stand aside and leave the fighting between the 2 of them. With that, 2 kings approached each other towards the middle of the ford for the fight. And at the first attack, the man who was in Araun's place strikes Havgan in the center of his boss of his shield, so that it splits in half, and all of his armor shatters, and Havgan is thrown the length of his arm, and spear shaft over his horse's crupper to the ground, suffering a fatal blow. Lord, said Havgan, what right did you have to my death? I was claiming nothing from you, nor do I know of any reason for you to kill me, but for God's sake, he said, since you have begun, then finish. Lord, said the other, I may regret doing what I did to you. Find someone else who will kill you. I will not kill you. My faithful nobleman, said Havgan, take me away from here. My death is now certain. There is no way I can support you any longer. And my nobleman, said the man who was in Araun's place, take advice and find who should become vassal of mine. Lord, said the nobleman, everyone should, for there is no king over the whole of Anuvan except you. Indeed, he said. Those who come submissively, it is the right to receive them. Those who do not come willingly, we will force them by the power of the sword. Oof. Then he received the men's allegiance and began to take over the land. By noon the following day, both kingdoms were under his authority. Then Pwyll set off for his meeting place and came to Glyn Cwch. And when he got there, Araun, king of Anuvan, was there to meet him. Each one was glad to see the other. Indeed, said Araun, may God repay you for your friendship. I have heard about it. Well, said the other, when you yourself return to your country, you will see what I have done for you. What have you done for me? He said. May God repay you for it. Then Araun gave to Pwyll Prince of David, his proper form and features, and himself took back his own, and around set off to his court in Enuvan. And he was so happy to see his men and his retinue, for he had not seen them for a year. They, however, had not missed him, and his arrival was no more of a novelty than before. He spent that day pleasurably and happily, sitting and conversing with his wife, his nobleman. And when it was more appropriate to sleep than carouse, then they went to sleep. He went to his bed, and his wife went to him. The first thing they did was converse with his wife, and indulge in affectionate play and make love to her. And she had not been accustomed to that for a year, and reflected on that. Dear God, she said, why is his mood different tonight from what it has been for the past year? And she deliberated for a long time, and after he woke up, spoke to her, and a second time and a third. Would she not answer him? Why won't you answer me? He said. Tell you, she said, that I have not spoken as much as this for a year. How can that be? He said. We have always talked. Shame on me, she said. If there has been between us for the past year, from the time we were wrapped up in our bedclothes, either pleasure or conversation, or have you turned your face to me, let alone anything more than that. And then he thought, Dear Lord God, he said, I had a friend whose loyalty was steadfast and secure. And then he said to his wife, Lady, he said, do not blame me. Between me and God, he said, I have neither slept nor lain down with you for the past year. And then he told her the whole story. I confess to God, she said, you struck a firm bargain for your friend to have fought off temptations of the flesh and kept his word to you. Lady, he said, those were my very thoughts while I was silent just now. No wonder, she said. Then Puish, Prince of David, came to his realm and his land, and he began to question the noblemen of the land as to how he had ruled over them during the past year compared with how he had ruled before that. Lord, they said, never have you been so perceptive. Never have you been such a kind young man. Never have you been so ready to distribute your wealth. Never have you ruled better than during this year. Between me and God, it is right for you to thank the man who was with you. This is the story, how it happened. Puish told them everything. Well, Lord, they said, thank God you had the friendship and the rule we have had in this last year. Surely we will not take it from us. I will not, between me and God, said Puish. From the time when Puish and Around began to build up their friendship, sent each other horses and hunting dogs and hawks, and whatever treasure they thought would please the other. And because he had stayed that year in Anovin, and had ruled there so successfully, and united the two realms through his courage and prowess, the name Puish, Prince of David, fell into disuse, and he was called Puish Penanovin from then on. Once upon a time, Puish was at Arberth, one of his chief courts, where a feast prepared for him, and there was a large retinue of men with him. After this first sitting, Puish got up to take a walk, and he made to the top of the mound that was above the court, called Gorseth Arberth. Gorseth is like a chair. It's a great. Lord, said one of the court, the strange thing about the mound is that whatever nobleman sits on it, will not leave there without one of two things happening. Either he will be wounded or injured, or else he will see something wonderful. I'm not afraid to be wounded or injured among such a large company as this. As for something wonderful, I would be glad to see that. I will go and sit on the mound, he said. He sat on the mound, and as they were sitting, they could see a woman wearing a shining golden garment of brocaded silk on a big, pale white horse coming along the highway that ran past the mound. Anyone who saw it would think that the horse had a slow, steady pace, and it was drawing level with the mound. Men, said Puish, do any of you recognize the rider? No, Lord, said. Let someone go up and meet her and find out who she is, he said. One of them got up, but when he came to the road to meet her, she had gone past. He followed her as fast as he could on foot, but the greater his speed, the further she drew away from him. When he saw that it was useless to pursue her, he returned to Puish and said to him, Lord, he said, it is useless for anyone in the world to pursue her on foot. Very well, said Puish. Go to the court and take the fastest horse that you know of, and go after her. He took the horse, and off he went. He came to the open, level plain, and set spurs to the horse. And the more he spurred the horse, the further she drew away from him. She was going to the same pace as when she had started. His horse became tired, and when he realized that his horse's pace was failing, he returned to where Puish was. Lord, he said, It is useless for anyone to pursue that rider over there. I know no faster horse in the realm than this one, yet it was useless for me to pursue her. Yes, replied Puish. There is some magical explanation here. Return to the court. They came to the court, passed that day. The next day they got up, and passed that too until it was time to go and eat. And after the first sitting, well, said Puish, let those of us who went yesterday to go to the top of the mound, and you, said to one of his young lads, bring along the fastest horse you know of in the field. And the young lad did just that. They made for the mound together with the horse. As they were about to sit down, they saw the lady on the same horse, wearing the same garment, coming along the same road. Here is yesterday's rider, said Puish. Be ready, lad, he said. Find out who it is. Lord, he said, I shall do that gladly. With that the rider drew level with them. Then the young lad mounted the horse. Before he had settled his saddle, she had gone past, putting a fair distance between them. Her pace was no different than the day before. He set his horse to amble, and he thought that although his horse was going slowly, he'd catch up with her. But that was futile. He gave his horse its head. He was no closer to her than if he were on foot, and the more he spurred his horse, the further she drew away from him. Her pace was no faster than before. Since he saw that it was futile for him to pursue her, he returned, came to Puish. Lord, he said, the horse cannot do any better than you have seen. I have seen that it is useless for anyone to pursue her, Puish replied. Between me and God, he said, she has a message for someone on this plain. Had her obstinacy not stopped her from delivering it, let us return to the court. They came to the court and spent the night singing and carousing till they were contented. The next day they amused themselves until it was time to go and eat. When they had finished eating, Puish said, Where are those who were with me yesterday and the day before on the top of the mound? Here we are, Lord, they said. Let us go to the mound. Sit, he said. And you, he said to his groom, saddle my horse well and bring it to the road and bring it along my spurs. The groom did just that. They came to the mound and sat down. They were there hardly any time at all when they saw the rider coming along the same road in the same manner and at the same place. Groom, said Puish, I see the rider, give me my horse. Puish mounted the horse, and no sooner had he mounted his horse than she rode past him. He turned after her and let his spirited, prancing horse go at his own pace, and he thought that at the second leap or the third he would catch up with her. But he was no closer to her than before. He urged his horse to go as fast as possible, but he saw it was useless for him to pursue her. Then Puish said, Maiden, he said, for the sake of the man you love most, wait for me. I will wait gladly, she said. And as it would have been better for the horse if you had asked that a while ago. The maiden stopped and waited, and drew back the part of her headdress which should cover her face, fixed her gaze on him, and began to talk to him. Lady, he said, where do you come from, and where are you going? Going about my business, she said, and I am glad to see you. A welcome to you, he said. And then he thought that the face of every maiden and every woman he had ever seen was unattractive compared with her face. Lady, he said, will you tell me anything about your business? I will, between me and God, she said. My main purpose was to try and see you. That to me is the best business you could have had, said Puish. Will you tell me who you are? I will, my lord, she said. I am Rhiannon, daughter of Hyfaidd Hen. Hen meaning old. Quite sure what Hyfaidd means, but I can say it, and that's enough for me. And I am to be given to a husband against my will. But I have never wanted any man because of my love for you, and still do not want him unless you reject me. And it is to find out your answer on the matter that I have come. Thank you. Between me and God, replied Puish, this is my answer to you. If I could choose from all of the women and maidens in this world, it is you that I would choose. Good, she said. If that's what you want, before I am given to another man, arrange a meeting with me. The sooner the better as far as I'm concerned, said Puish. Arrange the meeting wherever you want. I will, lord, she said. A year from tonight in the court of Hyfaidd, I will have a feast prepared, ready for when you come. Gladly, he replied, and I will be at the meeting. Lord, she said, farewell, and remember to keep your promise, and I shall go on my way. They parted, and he went to his retinue and his men. Whatever questions they asked concerning the maiden, he would turn to other matters, and then they spent the year until the appointed time, and Puish got ready with 99 horsemen. He set off for the court of Hythe Hen, and he came to the court, and they welcomed him, and there was a gathering and rejoicing and great preparations waiting for him. And all the wealth of the court was placed to his disposal. The hall was prepared, and they went to the tables. This is how they sat. Hythe Hen on one side of Pwyll, and Rhiannon on the other. After that, each according to his rank, they ate and caroused. As they began to carouse after eating, they saw a tall, regal, auburn-haired lad enter, wearing a garment of brocaded silk. When he came to the upper end of the hall, he greeted Pwyll and his companion. "God's welcome to you, friend, and come and sit down," said Pwyll. "No," he said, "I am a suppliant, and I will make my request." "Do so with pleasure," said Pwyll. "Lord," he said, "my business is with you, and I have come to ask you a favour. Whatever you ask of me, as long as I can get it, it shall be yours." "Oh," said Rhiannon, "why did you give such an answer?" "He has given it, lady, in the presence of noblemen," said the lad. "Friend," said Pwyll, "what is your request?" "The woman I love most you are to sleep with tonight, and it is to ask for her, for the preparations and provisions that you are here, that I have." Pwyll was silent, for there was no answer that he could give. "Be silent for as long as you like," said Rhiannon. "Never has a man more stupid than you have been seen." "Lady," he said, "did not know who he was." "This is the man whom they wanted to give me against my will," she said. "Gwawl, son of Clede, powerful man with many followers. And since you have given your word, give me to him for fear of bringing disgrace upon yourself." "Lady," he said, "I do not know what sort of answer that is. I can never bring myself to do what you say." "Give me to him," she said, "and I'll see to it that he will never have me." "How will that be?" he said. "I will give you a little bag," she said. "Keep it safely with you, and he is asking for the feast, and the preparations, and the provisions. Those are not in your power to give. But I will give the feast to the retinue and the men," she said, "and that will be your answer on that matter. As for me," she said, "I will arrange a meeting, a year from tonight, for him to sleep with me at the end of the year. You will be in the orchard up there with 99 horsemen, and have this bag with you. And when he is in the middle of his entertainment and carousing, come in on your own wearing ragged clothes and carrying the bag," she said, "and ask for nothing but to fill the bag with food. I'll see to it. And if all the food and drink in these 7 cantrevs being 100 town, were put into it, it would be no fuller than before. And when they have grown a great deal into it, he will ask you, 'Will your bag ever be full?' You say no, unless an extremely powerful nobleman gets up and treads down the food in the bag with both feet, and says, 'Enough has been put in there,' and I will see to it that he goes to tread down the food in the bag, and when he comes, turn the bag so he goes head over heels in it, and tie a knot in the strings of the bag. Have good hunting horn around your neck, and when he is tied up in the bag, give a blast on your horn, and let that be the signal between you and your horsemen. When they hear the blast of your horn, let them descend upon the court." "Lord," said Gwawl, "it is high time I had an answer to my request." "As much of your request as in my power to give, you shall have," said Pwyll. "Friend," said Rhiannon, as for the feast and the preparations that are here, I have given to these men of Dyfed, and to the retinue and men that are here. I will not let those to be given to anyone else. But a year from tonight a feast prepared in this court, when you, friend, shall sleep with me." Gwawl set off for his realm. Pwyll returned to Dyfed. Each of them spent that year until it was time for the feast in the court of Hythe. Gwawl, son of Clede, came to the feast that had been prepared for him and made for the court, and they welcomed him. But Pwyll Pen and Uvin went to the orchard with 99 horsemen as Rhiannon had ordered, and the bag with him. Pwyll put on the wretched rags, a big rag boots on his feet, and when he realized that they were about to begin carousing after the meal, he made for the hall. And when he had come to the upper end of the hall, he greeted Gwawl, son of Clede, and his company of men and women. "May God prosper you," said Gwawl, "and God's welcome to you." "Lord," he said, "may God repay you. I have business with you." "Your business is welcome," he said, "and if your request is reasonable, then gladly you shall have it." "Reasonable, Lord," he said. "I ask only to ward off hunger. This is my request, to fill this little bag that you see with." "That's a modest request," he said, "and you shall have it gladly. Bring him food," he said. A great number of servants got up and began to fill the bag. but no matter what was thrown into it, it was no fuller than before. Friend, said Growl, will your bag ever be full? Never between me and God, he said, no matter what is put in it, unless a nobleman endowed with land and territory and power gets up and treads upon the food in the bag with both feet and says, enough has been put in there. I say this now as someone reading the book. I would not want to be eating any of that food. Would you want to eat something that had been treaded on by loads of people in armor? Nah, I'm pretty good on that. My hero, said Rhiannon to Gwawl, son of Cleed. Get up quickly. I will gladly. He gets up and puts both feet in the bag, and Pwyll turns the bag so that Gwawl is head over heels in it. And quickly he closes the bag and ties a knot in the strings and sounds a horn. And immediately the retinue descends on the court, and they seize the entire company that had come with Gwawl, and tie each man up separately. And Pwyll throws off the rags and rag boots and the untied clothes. As each one of Pwyll's men entered, he struck the bag a blow and asked, What's in here? A badger, said the others. This is how they played. Each one would strike. These are the feet of noblemen we're talking about here. I mean, you're assuming they've had a bath, mini. Each one would strike the bag a blow either with his foot or with a you're hungry. Of course you're hungry. And we are talking about lots of food here. So much that cannot fill a bag. And that is how they played with each one as he entered would ask, So what game are you playing? Badger in the Bag, the others would say. And that was the first time Badger in the Bag was played. Lord, said the man from the bag, if you would only listen to me, killing me in a bag is no fitting death for me. Lord, said Havaith Hen, what he says is true. You listen to him. That is not a death for him. I agree, said Pwyll. I shall follow your advice on the matter. This is what I advise, said Rhiannon. You are in a position where it is expected of you to satisfy suppliants and musicians. Let Gwawl give to everyone on your behalf, she said, and let him promise that no claim or vengeance shall be sought that is punishment enough for him. He accepts that gladly, said the man from the bag. And I, too, accept it gladly, said Pwyll, on the advice of Havaith and Rhiannon. That is our advice, they said. Then I accept it, said Pwyll. Find guarantors for yourself. We will answer for him, said Havaith. Untie until his men are free and stand bail for him. Then Gwawl was released from the bag, and his chief followers free. Now ask Gwawl for guarantors, said Havaith. We know who should be taken from him. Havaith listed the guarantors. Draw up your own conditions, said Gwawl. I am satisfied with what Rhiannon has drawn up, said Pwyll. The guarantors stood bail on those conditions. Lord, said Gwawl, I am injured and have received many wounds, and I need to bathe, and with your permission I will depart, and I will leave noblemen here on my behalf to answer all those who may make requests of you. Gladly, said. Do as you propose. Gwawl set off for his realm. Then the hall was prepared for Pwyll and his company, and for the men of the court as well. They went to sit down at the table, and just as they had sat the year before, each one sat that night. They ate and caroused, and time came to go to sleep. Pwyll and Rhiannon went to the chamber, and spent that night in pleasure and contentment. Early the next day, Lord, said Rhiannon, get up and begin satisfying the musicians, and do not refuse anyone who requests a gift today. I will do so gladly, said Pwyll. Today and every day while this feast. Pwyll got up and called for silence, asking for the suppliants and musicians to present themselves and telling them that each one would be satisfied according to his wish and whim, and that was done. They consumed the feast, and no one was refused while it lasted. When the feast came to an end, Lord, said Pwyll to Havaith, with your permission, I will set out for Dyfed tomorrow. Well and good, said Havaith. May God ease your path, arrange a time and date for Rhiannon to follow you. For those who are listening, Dyfed is in southwest Wales. Well and good, said Havaith. May God ease your path and arrange a time and date for Rhiannon to follow you. Between me and God, said Pwyll, we will leave here together. Is that your wish, Lord, said Havaith? It is, between me and God, said Pwyll. A lot of between me and God story. The next day they travelled to Dyfed and made for the court of Arberth, where a feast was prepared for them. the best men and women in the land and the realm assembled before them. Neither a man nor a woman among them left Rhiannon without being given a notable gift, neither a brooch or a ring or a precious stone. They ruled the land successfully that year and the next. But in the third year the noblemen of the land began to worry at seeing a man whom they loved as much as their lord and foster brother without an heir, and they summoned him to them. The place where they had met was Preseli, David. Lord, they said, we know that you're not as old as some of the men of this land, but we were afraid that you will not get an heir from the wife you have, and because of that take another wife from whom you may have an heir. You will not live forever, he said, and although you may want to stay as you are, we will not allow it. Well, said Pwyll, we have not been together for long yet, and much may happen. Delay the matter until the end of the year. A year from now we will arrange to meet, and I will abide by your decision. The meeting was arranged. Before the whole period had elapsed, a son was born to him, and he was born in Arberth. On the night of his birth, women were brought to keep watch over the boy and his mother, but the women fell asleep, and so too did the boy's mother Rhiannon. 6 women had been brought to the chamber. They kept watch for part of the night. However, before midnight each one fell asleep, and woke up towards cock-crow. When they woke up, they looked to where they had put the boy, but there was no sign of him. Oh, said the women, the boy has disappeared. Truly, said another, burning us alive and putting us to death would be too small of a punishment for this. Is there anything in the world we can do? Said one of the women. Yes, there is, said another. I have a good plan, he said. What is that? She said. There is a staghound bitch here, she said, and she has pups. Let us kill some of the pups and smear Rhiannon's face and hands with blood and throw bones beside her and swear that she has herself destroyed her son. This is mythology, everyone. Just so you know, this is not a historical account. And the word of the 6 of us will prove stronger than hers. They agreed on that. Towards daybreak, Rhiannon woke up and said, my women, said, where is the boy? Lady, they said, do not ask us for the boy. We are nothing but bruises and blows from struggling with you, and we are certain that we have never seen a woman fight like you did, and it was useless for us to struggle with you. For yourself had destroyed your son. Do not ask us for him. You poor creatures, said Rhiannon, for the sake of the Lord God who knows everything, do not tell lies about me. God who knows everything knows that to be a lie, and if you are afraid by my confessions to God, I will protect you. God knows, they said. We will not let ourselves come to any harm from anyone in the world. Poor creatures. You shall come to no harm if you tell the truth. Whatever she said, out of the fairness or pity, she received only the same answer. Then Pwyll, Pen, and Ovin got up, and his company and retinue, and the incident could not be concealed. The news spread throughout the land, and all of the noblemen heard it, and they gathered together to make representation to Pwyll, to ask him to divorce his wife having committed such a terrible outrage. But Pwyll gave this answer. They have no reason to ask me to divorce my wife, unless she has no children. I know that she has a child, and I will not divorce her. If she has done wrong, let her be punished for it. Rhiannon summoned wise and learned men, and when she thought it better to accept her punishment and argue with the women, she accepted her punishment. This is what it was, to stay at the court of Arberth for 7 years, and there was a mounting block outside the gate, to sit by at every day and tell the whole story to anyone whom she thought might not know it, and offer to carry guests and strangers on her back to the court if they permitted it. But rarely would anyone allow himself to be carried. She spent part of she spent part of the year. At the time, Tyrnon Torfliant was lord over Gwentis Coed, and he was the best man. In his house he had a mare, and throughout his kingdom no stallion or mare was more handsome, and every May Eve she would give birth. But no one knew at all what became of her foal. One evening, Tyrnon spoke with his wife. My wife, he said, we are careless losing our mare's offspring every year without keeping one of them. What can we do about it, she said. God's vengeance upon me, he said, if I do not find out what fate befalls the foals tonight, Eve. He had the mare brought indoors, and he armed himself and began the night's vigil. As it begins to get dark, the mare gives birth to a big, perfect foal, which stands up on his feet immediately. Tiernan gets up to examine the sturdiness of the foal, and as he is doing this, he hears a loud noise, and after the noise, an enormous claw comes through the window and grabs the foal by its mane. Tiernan draws his sword and cuts off the arm by the elbow, so that part of the arm, the foal with it, are inside. Then he hears a noise and a scream at the same time. He opens the door and rushes off after the noise. He cannot see the cause of the noise, because the night is so dark, but he rushes after it and follows. Then he remembers that he has left the door open, and he returns. And by the door there is a small boy in swaddling clothes, with a mantle of brocaded silk wrapped around him. He picks up the boy and sees that he is strong for his age. Tiernan fastened the door and made for the room where his wife was. "My lady," he said, "are you asleep?" "No, my lord. I was asleep. When you came in, I woke up. Here is a son for you, if you want." What? I've read this before, but that's always funny to me. Something you have never had. "Lord," she said, "what happened?" "I will tell you everything," said Tiernan, and he told her also. "Well, lord," she said, "how is the boy dressed?" "In a mantle of brocaded silk," he said. "Then he is the son of a noble people," she said. "Lord," she said, "it would be a pleasure and a delight to me should you agree to take women into my confidence and say that I have been pregnant. I will agree with you gladly on the matter." This was done, and they had the boy baptized in the way it was done. This was the name they gave him, Gori Wall Eirin. Wallt is a mutation of the word gwallt, which is hair, and Eirin is is gold. So basically, they're saying that he has golden hair. I give that explanation, and the next line says, "All the hair on his head was yellow as gold." Who would have thunk with a name like Wallt Eirin? The boy was brought up at the court until he was a year old. And before he was a year old, he was walking strongly and was sturdier than a well-developed and well-grown 3-year-old boy. The boy was reared a second year, and he was sturdy as a 6-year-old. And before the end of the 4th year, he was bargaining with the stable boys to be allowed to water the horses. "Lord," says his wife to Tiernan, "where is the foal you saved the night you found the boy?" "I ordered it to be given to the stable boys," he said, "and told them to look after it." "Would it not be good, Lord, for you to have broken it in and given it to the boy?" she said. "For on the night you found the boy, the foal was born and you saved it." "I will not disagree with that," said Tiernan. "I will let you give it to him." "Lord," she said, "may God repay you. I will give it." Then the horse was given to the boy, and she went to the grooms and the stable boys to tell them to look after the horse and break it in for when the boy would go riding. Port progress. Meanwhile, they heard news of Rhiannon and her punishment because of what they had found. Tiernan Torfliant listened out for news and inquired constantly about the matter until he heard increased complaints about the wretchedness of Rhiannon's misfortune and punishment from the very people who visited the court. Tiernan reflected on this and looked closely at the boy. He realized that he'd never seen a son and a father so alike as the boy and Pwyll Penanofin. Pwyll's appearance was known to Tiernan, and he had previously been a vassal of his. Then grief seized him because of how wrong it was for him to keep the boy, and when he knew that he was another man's son. As soon as he had the first chance to talk privately with his wife, he told her it was not right for them to keep the boy, nor to let the noblewoman as good as Rhiannon be punished so terribly for it when the boy was the son of Pwyll Penanofin. Tiernan's wife agreed to send the boy to Pwyll. "And we shall get 3 things, Lord, as a result of that," he said. "Thanks and gratitude for releasing Rhiannon from her punishment, and thanks from Pwyll for rearing the boy and restoring him. And thirdly, if the boy proves to be a considerate man, he will be our foster son, and he will always do his best for us." They agreed on that. No later than the next day, Tiernan prepared himself with 2 other riders, and the boy a 4th on the horse that Tiernan had given him. They travelled towards Aberth, and it was not long before they had arrived. As they had approached the court, they saw Rhiannon sitting by the mounting. When they drew level, she said, "Go no further. I shall carry each of you to and that is my punishment for killing my own son and destroying him. My lady, said Tiernan, I do not imagine that any one of those will ride on your back. If anyone wants to, then let him do so, said the boy. I certainly will not. God knows, my friend, said Tiernan, neither will we. They made for the court, and there was a great joy at their arrival. The feast was about to begin at Pwyll himself had just returned from a circuit of Dyfed. They went to the hall to wash themselves. Pwyll welcomed Tiernan, and they went to. This is how they sat. Tiernan between Pwyll and Rhiannon, with Tiernan's 2 companions above Pwyll, and the boy between them. When they had finished eating, at the beginning of the carousal, they conversed. Tiernan told the whole story about the mare and the boy, and how he and his wife had taken the boy into their charge, and how they had brought him. And this is your son, my lady, Tiernan, and whoever told lies against you that you did you wrong. And when I heard of your affliction, I was saddened and distressed, and I imagine there is no one in this entire company who does not recognize the boy is Pwyll's son, said Tiernan. No one doubts it, said everyone. Between me and God, said Rhiannon, what a relief from my anxiety if that were true. My lady, said Pendaran Dyfed, you have named your son well. Pryderi, son of Pwyll Penanwyn, suits him best. Make sure that his own name does not suit him better, said Rhiannon. What is his name? Said Pendaran Dyfed. We called him Guri Wall Eirain. Pryderi shall be his name, said Pendaran Dyfed. That is most appropriate, said Pwyll, to take the boy's name from the word of his mother uttered when she received joyous news about him, and they agreed on that. Tiernan, said Pwyll, God repay you for raising this boy until now. It is proper for him, if he proves to be a considerate man, compensation. Lord, said Tiernan, as for the woman who raised him, there was no one in the world who was grieving after him more than her. It is right for him to remember what we did for him, for my sake and hers. Between me and God, said Pwyll, as long as I live, I will maintain both you and your realm, as long as I am able to maintain my own. If he lives to maturity, it is more appropriate for him to maintain you than for me. And with your agreement, and those of these noblemen, since you have raised him until now, I will give him to Pendaran Dyfed, foster from now on. But you shall all be his companions, foster fathers. That is sound advice, said everyone. Then the boy was given to Pendaran Dyfed, and the noblemen of the land allied themselves to him. Tiernan to Fleant and his companions set off for his land and his realm, full of love and joy. And he did not depart without having offered the fairest jewels and the best horses and the most highly prized. But he wanted nothing. Then stayed in their own realm after that, and Pryderi, son of Pwyll Penanwyn, was brought up carefully as was proper, until he was the most handsome lad and the fairest and most accomplished at every worthy feat of the kingdom. And so years and years passed until Pwyll Penanwyn's life came to an end, and he died. And Pryderi ruled the 7 cantrefs of Dyfed successfully, beloved by his realm and all those around him. After that, he conquered the 3 cantrefs of Ystrad Twy and the 4 cantrefs of Ceredigion. Ceredigion is the county I live in. And these are called the 7 cantrefs of Seisulluch. Pryderi, son of Pwyll Penanwyn, was occupied with that conquest until he decided to take a wife. The wife he wanted was Cigva, daughter of Gwyn Gyhoew, son of Gloio Walltlidan, son of Casnal Uledig, nobleman of this island. And so ends this branch of the Mabinogi. We're on the second branch of the Mabinogi now. And that's one of my favourite ones. Not in terms of imagination, but certainly in what we're shown and the various characters. It's also very obvious of the period. So there's certain things that definitely wouldn't happen today, and I'm glad of that. But it's still quite a nice story. The second branch of the Mabinogi is thank you very much. The second branch of the Mabinogi is the story of Bendigeidfran, who is an incredibly tall man, and I do like this story as well. So I'm hoping that it won't be too long. Double check how many pages through I was. I was 21 pages of that. Yeah, the second branch shouldn't be too long. That's going to be good. Me too. I have heard many people read stories of the Mabinogion and talk about Welsh history, and they always pronounce everything wrong because they have no idea what Welsh sounds like. And yeah, it's quite a fun thing. Right. So the second branch of the Mabinogion, Bendigeidfran, son of Llyr, was crowned king over this island and invested with the crown of London. One afternoon, he was in Harlech in Ardudwy. Harlech is just north of where I am right now. At one of his courts, he was sitting on the rock of Harlech above the sea, with his brother Manawydan, son of Llyr, and his two brothers on his mother's side. Many Mad Cat, you can always. Do the Welsh even know what Welsh sounds like? Icklehuff, I am Welsh. I am speaking Welsh. Dwi'n gallu siarad Cymraeg. Ron i wedi bod siarad Cymraeg efo pobl on the street. I can speak Welsh. I was speaking it with someone on the street earlier. Like it does happen. But I thought I'd bring some mythology and fantasy from a different inspiration than you might know. Um, right, where was I? With his brother Manawydan, son of Llyr, his two brothers on his mother's side, Nisien and Efnisien, a nobleman too, as was appropriate around the. His two brothers on his mother's side were the sons of Uroswydd, by his own mother, Penarddin, daughter of Beli, son of Minogan. One of these was a good lad, and he could make peace between two armies when they were most enraged. That was Nissi. The other would cause two of the most loving brothers to fight. As they were sitting there, they could see 13 ships coming from the south of Ireland, heading towards them easily and swiftly, the wind behind them, and they were approaching speed. I can see ships over there, coming boldly towards the shore, said the king. Tell the men of the court to put on their armour and go and find out what their intentions are. The men armed themselves and went down to meet them. Having seen the ships at close quarters, the men were certain that they had never seen ships in a more perfect condition than these, with their fair, beautiful, exquisite banners of brocade silk. Suddenly, one of the ships overtook the others, and they saw a shield being raised above the ship's deck, with the point of the shield upwards, a sign of peace. The king's men approached them so that they were within speaking distance. The others put out boats, approached the shore, and greeted the king. The king could hear them from where he was seated on a high rock above their heads. May God prosper you, he said, and welcome. Whose are those ships, and who is the Lord, said Matholwch, king of Ireland, and these are his ships. What does he want? Said the king. Does he want to come ashore? No, lord, they said, unless you grant him his request. He has business with you. What sort of request does he have? Said the king. He wishes to unite your two families, lord. And he has come to ask for Branwen, daughter of Llyr. And if you agree, he wishes to join together the island of the mighty and Ireland, so that they might be stronger. For those who don't know, Efnisien, which is one of the two brothers, is the Welsh equivalent of Loki. Less so mischief, more torture and horror. Efnisien is an absolute terror, and nobody should like him. Very well, he said. In fact, I'll type it in chat, so if you want to look up Efnisien, you can. F is pronounced like a V in Welsh. Would Tom Hiddleston play him in a movie? I honestly, I hope not. I think he's more of a Batman Joker kind of character than he is a Loki. He is a terror. He may love his family, but he is just not great. Very well, he said. Let him come ashore, and we shall take advice on the matter. That answer was taken to Matholwch. I will go gladly, he said. He came ashore, and he was made welcome. And there was a great crowd in the court that night. with Matholwch's retinue, that of court. First thing that the next day they took counsel, decided to give Branwen to Matholwch. She was one of the 3 chief maidens of this island. Yeah, why not? She was the most beautiful girl in the world. They set date for Matholwch to sleep with her Aberfrau. Aberfrau, for those who don't know, for hundreds of years was considered the greatest seat of Welsh power for the kings of Gwynedd, which was the largest kingdom for the majority of Wales's independent history. Very few times was Wales actually a fully united country. So usually the kingdom of Gwynedd was the largest one, and Aberfrau was its seat in Anglesey, or Ynys Môn as we call it. They left for Harlech. They all set off for Aberfrau, Matholwch and his retinue in his ships, Bendigeidfran and his own retinue for land until they came to Aberfrau. There the began, and they sat down. This is how they sat. The king of the island of the mighty, with Manawydan, son of Llyr on one side, and Matholwch on the other, with Branwen, daughter of Llyr, next to him. They were not in a house, but in tents. Bendigeidfran had never been able to fit inside any house. They began the celebration, and continued to carouse and converse. When they thought it was better to sleep than continue carousing, they went to sleep. And that night Matholwch slept with Branwen. The next day everyone in the court got up, and the officers began to discuss the billeting of the horses and grooms, and they billeted them in every region as far as. Then one day, Efnisien, the quarrelsome man of whom we spoke above, happened to come across the lodgings of Matholwch's horses, and he asked whose horses they were. These are the horses of Matholwch, King of Ireland, they said. What are they doing here? King of Ireland is here, and he has slept with Branwen, your sister, and these are his horses. Is that what they have done with such a fine maiden, and my sister at that, given her away without my permission? They could not have insulted me more, he said. And he went for the horses, and cut their lips to the teeth, and their ears down to their heads, and their tails to their backs, and where he could get a grip on the eyelids, he cut them to the bone, and in that way he maimed the horses, so that they were no good for anything. The news reached Matholwch, and he was told how his horses had been maimed and spoiled, so that they were no good for anything. Well, Lord, said one, you have been insulted, and it was done deliberately. God knows, but I find it strange. If they wanted to insult me, they should have first given me such a fine maiden of such high rank, so beloved by her family. Lord, said another, it is perfectly clear there is nothing for you to do but to return to your ships. So Matholwch made for it. The news reached Bendigeidfran that Matholwch was leaving the court without permission. Messengers went to ask him why he was going. The messengers who were sent were Idddig, son of Anarog, and Hyfaith Hir. This is different from Hyfaith Hen. Hyfaith Hen is old Hyfaith. Hyfaith Hir is like long Hyfaith, so I imagine they're quite tall. Those men caught up with him and asked him what was his intention and why he was leaving. God knows, and if I had known, I would have not come here. I have been completely insulted. No one has ever been on a worse expedition than this, and a strange thing has happened to me. What is that? They said. I was given Bronwen, daughter of Llyr, one of the 3 chief maidens of this island, and daughter to a king of the island of the mighty, and I slept with her, but after that I was insulted. And I find it strange that the insult was not done before such an excellent maiden as that was given to me. God knows, Lord, that insult was not done to you with the approval of one who rules the court, they said, nor any one of his council. And although you consider it a disgrace, this insult and deception is worse for Bendigeidfran than it is for you. Yes, he said, perhaps so. But yet Bendigeidfran cannot undo the insult just because of that. The men returned with that answer to Bendigeidfran, and told him what Matholwch said. I'm going to spell Bendigeidfran for you, chat. That's the name of the giant of a man who would never fit in a house, Bendigeidfran. Well, said Bendigeidfran, It is no good if he goes away angry, and we cannot allow it. We agree, Lord, he said. Send messengers after him again. I will, he said. Arise, man Oiden, son of Llyr, and Hyfaith here, and Enig Glew Usgwydd, and go after him, he said, and tell him that he shall have a sound horse for each one that was made. And also he shall have as his honour price a rod of silver as thick as his little finger, and as tall as himself, and a plate of gold as broad as his face. And tell him that what sort of man did this, and how it was done against my will, and that a brother on my mother's side did it, and it is not easy for me to either kill him or destroy him. Let Metholwch come and see me, he said, and I will make peace on whatever terms he wishes. The messengers went after Metholwch and repeated those words in a friendly manner, and he listened to them. Men, he said, we will take counsel. He took counsel, and they decided that they refused the offer. They would be more likely to get further shame than further compensation. So Metholwch made up his mind to accept. They came to the court in peace. The tents and pavilions were arranged as if they were laying out a hall, and they went to eat. As they had sat at the beginning of the feast, so they sat now. Bendigeidfran and Metholwch began to converse, but it seemed to Bendigeidfran that Metholwch's conversation was lifeless and sad, where he had always been cheerful before that. And he thought that the chieftain was downhearted because of how little compensation he received for the wrong done to him. Sir, said Bendigeidfran, your conversation is not as good as it was the other night, and if it's because you feel your compensation is too little, I shall add to it as you wish, and tomorrow your horses shall be given to you. Lord, he said, may God repay you. I will increase your compensation too, said Bendigeidfran. I will give you a cauldron, and the property of the cauldron is that if you throw into it one of your men who is killed today, then by tomorrow he shall be good as ever, except that he will not be able to. And for those who are listening, there is a film called the Black Cauldron by Disney, which is entirely inspired by this magic cauldron and lots of other characters. And surprisingly, they do pronounce most of the Welsh names right in that film. And I didn't watch it until last year. Pretty good. Metholwch thanked him. Good morning, Parko the Viking. Metholwch thanked him for that and was extremely happy on account of the cauldron. The next day, his horses were handed over to him, so long as there were tame horses to give. From there, Metholwch was taken to another commot, and foals were handed over to him until his payment was. And for that reason, the commot was called Telebolion from then on. The second night they sat together. Lord, said Metholwch, where did you get the cauldron that you gave me? I got it from a man who had been in your country, said Bendigeidfran, and for all I know, that is where he found it. Who was he? He said. Llasar Llais Gyfnewid, he said, and he came here from Ireland with Cymide Cymeinfor. That's a hell of a name. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that one right, because I've never seen a name like that before, and it might actually be Irish, so very apologies if I've said that one. His wife, and they escaped from the Iron House in Ireland when it was made white hot around them, and they fled from Ireland. I'm surprised that you know nothing about it. I do, Lord, he said, and I will tell you as much as I know. I was hunting in Ireland one day, top of a mound overlooking a lake called the Lake of the Cauldron, and I saw a large man with yellow-red hair coming out of the lake with a cauldron on his back. He was a huge, monstrous man, too, with an evil, ugly look about him, and a woman followed him, and if he was large, the woman was twice his size, and they came up to me and greeted me. Well, I said, how are things going with you? It's like this, Lord, said the man. In a month and a fortnight this woman will conceive, and the boy who was then born of that pregnancy in a month and a fortnight will be a fully armed warrior. I took them in to maintain them, and they were with me for a year. During that year no one objected to them, but from then on people resented them. And before the end of the 4th month of the 2nd year, they were causing people of hate and loathe them throughout the land, insulting, harassing, and tormenting noblemen and women. From then on, my people rose against me to ask me to get rid of them, and gave me a choice, either my kingdom or the people. I left it to the council of my country to decide what to be done about it. They would not go of their own free will. They did not have to go against their will because of their ability to fight. And then, in this dilemma, it was decided to build a chamber completely of iron, and the chamber was ready. All the smiths in Ireland and all of those who owned tongs and hammers were summoned there, and charcoal was piled up to the top of the chamber, and the woman and her husband and her children were served with plenty of food and drink. And when it was clear that they were drunk, smiths began to set fire to the charcoal around the chamber, and blew the bellows that had been placed around the house, each man with 2 bellows, and they began to blow the bellows until the house was white hot around them. And then the family took counsel in the middle of the chamber, and the husband waited until the iron wall was white. And because of the great heat, he charged at the wall with his shoulder and broke out through it, and his wife following, and only he and his wife escaped. After that, said Matholwch to Bendigeidfran, I suppose he came over to you. He did indeed, said Bendigeidfran, and he gave the cauldron to me. What sort of welcome did you give them, Lord? I dispersed them throughout the land, and they were numerous and prosper everywhere, and strengthened whatever place they happened to be in with the best men and weapons anyone has ever seen. That night they continued to talk and sing and as it. When they realized it was better to sleep than to sit up longer, they went to sleep, and so they enjoyed the feast. When it finished, Matholwch, together with Branwen, set out for Ireland. They set out from Abermenai in the 13th ship and came to Ireland. Abermenai is the mouth of the River Menai, which is part of the Menai Strait, which is between Anglesey in the northwest of Wales and the main part of. So that's where they set sail from. In Ireland, they received a great. Not one man of rank or nobleman or woman in Ireland came to visit Branwen, to whom she did not give either a brooch or a ring or a treasured royal jewel, and it was remarkable to see such things leaving the court. Furthermore, she gained renown that year and flourished with honour and companions. Meanwhile, she became pregnant. After the appropriate time had passed, she gave birth to a boy. They named him Gwerns of Matholwch. The boy was put to be fostered to the very best place for men. Then in the second year there was the murmuring of dissatisfaction in Ireland because of the insult that Matholwch had received in Wales, and the disgrace he had suffered regarding his horses. His foster brothers and men closest to him taunted him with it quite openly, and there was such an uproar in Ireland that there was no peace for Matholwch until he avenged the insult. They took revenge by sending Branwen from her husband's chamber and forcing her to cook for the court, and they had the butcher come to her every day after he had chopped up the meat and gave her a box on the ear. And that is how her punishment was carried out. Yay! Not great. Now, Lord, said his men to Matholwch, set an embargo on the ships and the rowing boats and the coracles, so that no one may go to Wales, and whoever comes here from Wales, imprison them, and do not let them return in case they find out what is happening. Agreed on. For those who don't know, a coracle is a small riverboat that was common to the eastern part of Ireland and the western part of Britain. It is a small boat made out of very bendy sticks and hide, and it's literally a one-man boat, mostly used in rivers, not really used for sailing between Ireland and Wales, because you'd probably die, because it would fall over. So I don't understand why Matholwch is banning coracles, but he's still done it, so there you go. This continued for not less than 3 years. In the meantime, Branwen reared a starling at the end of her kneading trough, and taught it to speak, and told the bird what kind of man her brother was. She brought a letter telling of her punishment and dishonour. The letter was tied to the base of the bird's wing, and it was sent to Wales, and the bird came to this island. It found Bendigeidfran in Caer Saint in Arfon. Caer is the Welsh word for a castle or a fort, where he was at council of his one day. The bird alighted on his shoulder and ruffled its feathers until the letter was discovered, and they realized that the bird had been reared among people. Then the letter was taken and examined. When it was read, Bendigeidfran grieved to hear how Branwen was being punished, and then he sent messengers and mustered the entire island. Then he had a full levy of 154 districts come to him, and he complained personally to them of his punishment. Then he took counsel. They agreed to set out for Ireland and leave 7 men behind as leaders, together with the 7 horsemen, and Caradog, son of Bran, in command. Those men were left in Daemon, and because of that, the name Saith Marchog was given to the township, 7 horses. The 7 men were Caradog, son of Bran, and Hyfaith Hir, and Enig Glew Ysgwydd, and Iddig, son of Anarog Ullgurn, and Fodor, son of Erfill, and Ulch Minesgurn, and Llashar, son of Llasar Llais Gungwyd, and Pendarin Dyfed, and the young lad was with them. That was a mouthful, everyone. Those 7 stayed behind as 7 stewards to look after this island. Caradog, son of Bran, was their chief steward. Bendigeidfran and the army we mentioned sailed towards Ireland, and the sea was not wide then. Bendigeidfran waded across. Yes, he waded across. There were only 2 rivers called Llŷ and Achain. Later the sea spread out when it flooded the kingdoms. Bendigeidfran walked carrying all the stringed instruments on his own back and made for Ireland's shore. Matholwch swineherds were on the sea shore one day, busy with their pigs, and because of what they saw on the sea, they went to Matholwch. Lord, they said, greetings. May God prosper you, he said, and do you have any news? Lord, they said, we have extraordinary news. We have seen a forest on the sea where never before saw a single tree. That's strange. Did you see anything else? Yes, Lord, they said. We could see a huge mountain beside the forest, and it was moving, and there was a very high ridge on the mountain, and a lake on each side of the ridge, and the forest and the mountain, all of it was moving. Well, said Matholwch, there is no one here who would know anything about that unless Branwen knows something. Go and ask her. Messengers went to Branwen. Lady, they said, what do you think it is? Though I am no lady, she said. I know what it is. The men of the island of the mighty coming over, having heard of my punishment and dishonour. What is the forest they saw on the sea? They said. Masts of ships and yardarms, she said. Oh, and they said, what was the mountain they saw alongside the ships? That was Bendigeidfran, my brother, wading across. She said there was no big ship big enough for him. What was the very high ridge and the lake on each side of the ridge? That was him looking at the island. She said, he is angry, and the 2 lakes on either side of the ridge are his 2 eyes on each side of his nose. Then they quickly mustered all of the fighting men of Ireland and the coastal regions and took counsel. Lord, said his men to Matholwch, the only advice is to retreat across the Liffey, a river in Ireland, and put the Liffey between you and him, and then destroy the bridge that crosses the river. There are lodestones on the riverbed. Neither ships nor vessels can sail across. They retreated over the river and destroyed the bridge. Bendigeidfran landed with his fleet and approached the river bank. Lord, said his nobleman, you know the strange thing about the river? No one can sail across it, nor is there a bridge. What shall we do for a bridge? They said. Nothing, except that he who is a leader, let him be a bridge, said Bendigeidfran. I will be the bridge, he said. This was the first time that saying was uttered, and it's still used as a proverb today. Then after Bendigeidfran had lain down across the river, hurdles were placed on him, and men walked on top of him to the other side, and as soon as he got up, Matholwch's messengers approached him and greeted him, addressed him on the behalf of Matholwch's kinsmen. They said, wished nothing but good to come Bendigeidfran's way. And Matholwch is giving the kingship of Ireland to Gwern, son of Matholwch, your nephew, your sister's son, and will invest him in your presence to make up for the injustice and injury that was done to Branwen, and make provision, Matholwch, wherever you like, either here on the island of the mighty. Well, said Bendigeidfran, if I myself cannot have the kingship, perhaps I shall take advice regarding your message. But until I have a better response comes, you will get no answer from me. We're like 4 pages away. Oh, okay. I'm very sorry. It's we've got like a minute, so that's not going to happen. But if Nisian gets up to some horrible antics and everyone gets their just desserts, the next person to be reading shall be Mike, and I hope you have as much fun with them as you had with me, if not more.
Okay. Thank you. That was a lovely reading.
Thank you very much.
And also we got some history lessons in there. Okay, so I am going to disconnect you from the Discord. or at least I am going to disconnect. Where is my, there it is. Doot. Okay, and I've got this opened up. I'm going to send the invite to Mike.
I don't know how anybody understood what the fuck that was about. No, I'm just kidding. That was a really good read, and I truly enjoyed listening to his voice. I'll have to watch the original Black Cauldron. I've never seen it. I'm going to pronounce this wrong. Cyanid Davies? The translation I was reading was from Cyanid Davies.
Well, that's probably Shaw. Shaned.
I know. Merlin laid out the high bar, and now everybody else has to compete with that. It's far better than I thought it'd be. It was on Disney Plus. I'll have to check that out. I have Disney Plus, so I'll have to check that out.
JR, did Mike get my...
He be ready for you. Mike is waiting for an invite.
I sent it. I sent it. I sent it. Let me remove and send it again. Part of my Disney. Send invite.
I agree with Mad Cat. Mini Mad Cat. I thought that too, Muses. He could read the phone book to me.
Getting ready.
Jen, what's the donation link?
Exclamation mark Friday.
There we go. I got you, Merlin.
I'm sure he's going through and getting all his stuff set up, so.
Are we at least connected? He got the invite this time?
Yeah, it says getting ready.
Okay, great.
I probably screwed up all of his audio settings. Mike's having issues. Is this something I can help with? I just need audio. He doesn't have to do video. He's looking for the link. I said.
Said he's looking for the link now. I'm not sure what to do. He needs guidance.
He goes in, said it won't let him join. It should. Tell him I'm going to remove the invite and send it one more time. Dude, send invite. Says he needs a microphone. Well, he should be able to connect his microphone. Okay, I got another idea. I can do it this way. Hold on. I can go here, and I'm going to go here. And I'm just going to play, but, you know, if there's ads, it's going to play it. So, does he have ads turned off today? No, they have to connect with a microphone. He doesn't have ads. Okay.
Okay.
So I am going to do bop.
It's pretty simple.
And it's
I
playing
kinda
an
just want things the way I want them.
I want a network that won't let
He
me
doesn't
down.
have ads. First thing we get, ad.
With an unlimited plan that's truly right for me. With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon, the first and only plan where you choose what goes in, from Apple Music to Disney Bundle, so you get exactly what you
I
want
think
and
Twitch
only pay for
automatically
what
does
you need.
pre-rolls.
And it all starts at just $30 on the network you want, because it's your Verizon.
Oh, I could have. Sorry about that, guys. You just had to listen to that ad really loudly. There he is.
Hey,
okay.
Mike. We see you. Can you hear us?
He's probably not going to be able to hear us. But where did his check go? There it is. Okay. Yes, I got it. Okay. We are here. Go ahead and read.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that anyway.
Don't worry. We got you.
Alright, here we go. The heavy boots of Heapstag shook the ground beneath their march. The huge one-eyed king himself led the procession, and his great swinging strides indicative of the nomads of the tundra. Intrigued by Bjorg's proposal and weary of winter's early onset, the rugged king had chosen to march straight through the cold nights, stopping only for short periods of food and rest. Though primarily known for his ferocious proficiency in battle, Heapstag was a leader who carefully weighed his every move. The impressive march would add to the initial respect given his people by the warriors of the tribes, and Heapstag was quick to pounce on any advantage he could get. Not that he expected any trouble at Hengerot, he held Bjorg in high respect. Twice before he had met the king of the tribe of the wolf on the fields of honor with no victory to show for it. If Bjorg's plan was promising as it initially seemed, Heapstag would go along, insisting only on an equal share in the leadership of the blonde king. He didn't care for the notion of the tribesmen. Once they had conquered the towns, could end their nomadic lifestyle and be contented with a new life trading knucklehead trout. But he was willing to allow Bjorg his fantasies if they delivered to him the thrill of battle and easy victory. Let the plunder be taken and warmth secured for the long winter before he changed the original agreement and redistributed the booty. When the lights of the campfires came into view, the column quickened its pace. "Sing, my proud warriors," Heapstag commanded. "Sing hearty and strong. Let those gathered tremble at the approach of the tribe of the elk. Bjorg had an ear cocked for the second of Heastag's arrival. Knowing well the tactics of his rival, he was not surprised in the least when he first notes of the Song of Tempos rolled in from the night. The blond king reacted at once, leaping onto a table and calling silence to the gathering. "Hearken, men of the north," he cried. "Behold the challenge of the song." Hengerot immediately burst into commotion as the men dashed from their seats and scrambled to join the assembling groups of their respective tribes. Every voice was lifted in the common refrain to the god of battle, singing deeds of valor and of glorious depths on the field of honor. This verse was taught in every barbarian boy from the time he could speak. His first words for the Song of Tempest was actually considered a measure of the tribe's strength. The only variance in the words from the tribe to tribe was the refrain that identified the singers. Here the warriors sang at a crescendo pitch, for the challenge of the song was determined whose call of the battle was most clearly heard by Tempos. Oof. Thank you guys for doing whatever you did. I don't know what you did, but thank you. Heafstag led his men right up to the entrance of Hengerot. Inside the hall, the calls of the tribe of the wolf were obviously drowning out the others, but Heafstag's warriors marched the strength of Bjorg's men. One by one, the lesser tribes fell silent under the dominance of the wolf and the elk. The challenge dragged on between the two remaining tribes for many minutes, neither willing to relinquish superiority in the eyes of their deity. Inside the meat hall, men of the beaten tribes nervously put their hands to their weapons. More than one war had erupted on the plains because the challenge of the song could determine no clear winner. Finally, the flap of the tent opened, admitting Heafstag's standard bearer, a youth, tall and proud, with observing eyes that carefully weighed everything about him and embellied his age. He put a whalebone horn to his lips and blew a clear note. Simultaneously, according to tradition, both tribes stopped their singing. The standard bearer walked across the room toward the host king, his eyes never blinking or turning away from the Bjorg's imposing visage, though Bjorg could see that the youth marked the expressions that were upon him. Heafstag had chosen his herald well, Bjorn thought. "Good King Bjorg," the standard bearer began when all commotion had ceased, "and other assembled kings, the tribe of the elk asks leave to enter Hengaro and share mead with you, that we might join together in toast to Tempos." Bjorg studied the herald a little bit longer, testing to see if he could shake the youth's composure with an unexpected delay. But the herald did not blink or turn his penetrating gaze at the set of his jaw, remaining firm and confident. "Granted," answered Bjorg, impressed, "and well met." Then he mumbled under his breath, "A pity that Heafstag is not possessed with your patience." "I announce Heafstag, king of the tribe of the elk," the herald cried out in a clear voice. "Son of Hrothru the strong, son of Engar the brave, thrice killer of the great bear, twice conqueror of Tourmaline to the south, who slew Rag Donig, king of the tribe of the bear, in single combat in a single stroke." This drawing uneasy shuffles from the tribe of the bear, and especially their king, Halfdane, son of the Rag Donig. The herald went out for many minutes, listing every deed, every honor, every title accumulated by Heafstag during his long and illustrious career. As the challenge of the song was competition between the tribes, the listing of titles and feats was a personal competition between men, especially kings whose valor and strength reflected directly upon their warriors. Bjorg had dreaded this moment, for his rival's list exceeded even his own. He knew that one of the reasons Heefstag had arrived last was so that his list could be presented to all in attendance, men who had heard Bjorg's own herald in private audience upon their arrival's day before. It was the advantage of the host king to have his list read to every tribe in attendance, while the heralds of visiting kings would only speak to the tribes present upon their immediate arrival by coming in last, and at a time when all other tribes would be assembled together. Heefstag had erased that advantage. At length, the standard bearer finished and returned across the hall to hold open the tent flap for his king. Heefstag strode confidently across Hengaro to face Bjorg. If the men were impressed with Heefstag's list of valor, they certainly were not disappointed by his appearance. The red-bearded king was nearly 7 feet tall, with a barrel-shaped girth that dwarfed even Bjorg's, and Heefstag wore his battle scars proudly. One of his eyes had been torn out by the antlers of a reindeer, and his left hand was hopelessly crumbled from a fight with a polar bear. The king of the tribe of the elk had seen more battles than any man on the tundra, and by all appearances he was ready and anxious to fight in many more. The two kings eyed each other sternly, neither blinking or diverting his gaze for even a moment. "The wolf or the elk?" Heefstag asked at length, the proper question after an undecided challenge of the song. Bjorg was carried to give the appropriate response. "Well met and well fought," he said. "Let the king ears of Tempos alone decide, though the god himself will be hard-pressed to make such a choice." With the formalities properly carried out, the tension eased from Heefstag's face. He smiled broadly at his rival. "Well met, Bjorg, king of the tribe of the wolf. It does me well to face you, and not see my own blood staining the tip of your deadly spear." Heefstag's friendly words caught Bjorg by surprise. He couldn't have hoped for a better start to the war council. He returned the compliment with equal fervor. "Nor to duck the sure cut of your cruel axe." The smile abruptly left Heefstag's face when he took notice of the dark-haired man at Bjorg's side. "What right, by valor or by blood, does this weakling southerner have in the mead hall of Tempos?" the red-bearded king commanded. "His place is with his own, or with the women at best." "Hold to faith, Heefstag," Bjorg explained. "This is de Bernizan, a man of great import in our victory. Valuable the information he has brought to me, for he has dwelt in 10 towns for over 2 winters and more." "Then what role does he play?" Heefstag pressed. "He has informed," Bjorg reiterated. "That is past," said Heefstag. "What value is he to us now? Certainly cannot fight beside warriors such as ours." Bjorg cast a glance at de Bernizan, biting back his own contempt for the dog who had betrayed his people in a pitiful attempt to fill his own pockets. "Plead your case, southerner, and may Tempos find a place in this field for your bones." De Bernizan tried futilely to match the iron gaze of Heefstag. He cleared his throat and spoke as loudly and confident as he could. "When the towns are conquered and their wealth secured, you shall need someone who knows the southern marketplace. I am that man." "At what price?" growled Heefstag. "A comfortable living," answered the Bernizan. "A respected position, nothing more." "Bah!" Heefstag snorted. "He would betray his own, he would betray us." The giant king tore the axe from his belt and lurched at the Bernizan. Bjorg grimaced, knowing that this critical moment could defeat the entire plan. With his mangled hand, Heefstag grabbed the Bernizan oily black hair and pulled the smaller man's head to the side, exposing the flesh of his neck. He swung his axe mightily at the target, his gaze locked onto the southerner's face. But even against the unbending rules of tradition, Bjorg had rehearsed der Bernizan well for this moment. The little man had been warned in no uncertain terms that if he struggled at all, he would die in any case. But if he accepted the stroke and Heefstag was merely testing him, his life would probably be spared. Mustering all of his willpower, de Bernazan steeled his gaze on Heapstag and did not flinch at the approach of death. At the very last moment, Heapstag diverted the axe, its blade whistling within a hair's breadth of the southerner's throat. Heapstag released the man from his grasp, but he continued to hold him with the intense lock of his single eye. An honest man accepts all judgment of his chosen kings, de Bernazan declared, trying to keep his voice as steady as possible. A cheer erupted from every mouth in Hingerat, and when it died away, Heapstag turned to face Bjorg. Who shall lead? The giant asked bluntly. Who won the challenge of the song? Bjorg answered. Well suited, good king, Heapstag saluted his rival. Together then, you and I, and let no man dispute over our rule. Bjorg nodded. Death to any who dare. De Bernazan sighed in deep relief and shifted his legs defensively. If Heapstag or even Bjorg ever noticed the puddle between his feet, his life would certainly be forfeit. He shifted his legs again nervously and glanced around, horrified when he met the gaze of the young standard bearer. De Bernazan's face blanched white in anticipation of his coming humiliation and death. The standard bearer unexpectedly turned away and smiled in amusement, but in an unprecedented merciful act for his rough people, he said nothing. Heapstag threw his arms over his head and raised his gaze and axe to the ceiling. Bjorg grabbed his axe from his belt and quickly mimicked the movement. Tempos, they shouted in unison. Then, eyeing each other once more, they gashed their shield arms with their axes, wetting the blades with their own blood. In a synchronous movement, they spun and heaved the weapons across the hall, each axe finding its mark in the same keg of mead. Immediately, the closest men grabbed flagons and scrambled to catch the first drops of the spilling mead that had been blessed with the blood of their kings. I have drawn a plan for your approval, Bjorg told Heapstag. Later, noble friend, the one-eyed king replied. Let the night belong to the song and drink to celebrate our coming victory. He clapped Bjorg on the shoulder and winked with his one eye. Be glad. Winked with his one eye. Wow. Be glad of my arrival, for you were sorely unprepared for this gathering, he said with a hearty laugh. Bjorg eyed him curiously, but Heapstag gave him a second grotesque wink to quench his suspicions. Abruptly, the lusty giant snapped his fingers at one of his field lieutenants, nudging his rival with his elbow as if to let him in on the joke. Fetch the wenches, he commanded. Fetch the wenches. Oh, yeah. Did we get a raid or something? Oh, I do. Yep. All right. Chapter 4, The Crystal Shard. Holy shit, here we go. There was only blackness. Mercifully, he could not remember what had happened or where he was. Only blackness, comforting blackness. Then a chilling burn began to grow on his cheeks, robbing him of the tranquility of unconsciousness. Gradually, he was compelled to open his eyes, but even when he squinted, the blinding glare was too intense. He was face down in the snow. Mountains towered all about him, their jagged peaks and deep snow caps reminding him of this location. They had dropped him in the spine of the world. They had left him to die. A Carkessel's head throbbed when he finally managed to lift it. The sun was shining brightly, but the brutal cold and swirling winds dispelled any warmth the bright rays could impart. Ever was it winter in these high places, and Kessel wore only the flimsy robes to protect him from the cold's killing bite. They had left him to die. He stumbled to his feet, knee-deep in white powder, and looked around. Far below, deep down a deep gorge, was moving northward, back toward the tundra, and the trails that would take them around the forbidding range of impassable mountains. Kessel saw the black specks that marked the wizard's caravan beginning its long journey back to Luskan. They had deceived him. He understood now that he had been no more than a pawn in their devious designs to rid themselves of Mordecai the Red. Eldulac, Dendybar the Mottled, and the others, they'd never had any intentions of granting him the title of wizard. How could I have been so stupid? Kessel groaned. Images of the Mordecai, the only man who had ever granted him any measure of respect, flashed across his mind in a guilt-driven haze. He remembered all of the joys that the wizard had allowed him to experience. Mordecai had once turned him into a bird so that he could feel the freedom of flight, and once a fish so he let him experience the blurry world of the undersea. He had repaid that wonderful man with a dagger. Far down the trails of the departing wizards heard Kessel's anguished scream echoing off the mountains. Eldulac, satisfied with their plan, had been executed perfectly and spurred on his horse on. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. Kessel trudged through the snow. He didn't know why he was walking. He had nowhere to go. Kessel had no escape. Eldulac had dropped him into a bowl-shaped, snow-filled depression, and with his fingers numbed beyond feeling, he had no chance of climbing out. He tried again to conjure the wizard's fire. He held out his outstretched palm skyward, and though chattering teeth uttered the words of power, nothing. Not even a wisp of smoke. So he started moving again. His legs ached. He almost believed that several of his toes had already fallen away from his left foot, but he didn't dare remove his boot to verify this morbid suspicion. He began to circumnavigate the bowl again, following the small trail he had left behind on his first pass. Abruptly, he found himself veering toward the middle. He didn't know why, and to his delirium, he had paused to try and figure it out. All the world had become a white blur, a frozen white blur. Kessel felt himself falling. He felt the icy bite of the snow on his face again. He felt the tingling that signaled the end of his life in the lower extremities. Then he felt warmth. Imperceptible at first, but growing steadily stronger. Something was beckoning to him. It was beneath him, buried under the snow. Not even through the frozen barrier, Kessel felt the living glow of its warmth. He dug, visually guiding hands that could not feel their work. He dug for his life, and then he came upon something solid and felt the heat intensify. Scrambling to push the remaining snow away from it, he managed to at last pull it free. He couldn't understand what he was seeing. He blamed it on delirium. In his frozen hands, the car Kessel held what appeared to be a square-sided icicle. Yet its warmth flowed through him, and he felt the tingles again, this time signaling the rebirth of his extremities. Kessel had no idea what was happening, and he didn't care in the least, for now he had found hope for life, and that was enough. He hugged a crystal shard to his chest and moved back toward the rocky wall of the dell, searching out the most sheltered area he could find. Under a small overhang, huddled in a small area where the heat of the crystal had pushed the snow away, a car Kessel survived the first night in the spine of the world. His bedfellow was the crystal shard, Crenshinabon, an ancient sentient relic that had waited throughout the ages uncounted for one such as he to appear in a bowl. Awakened again, it was even now pondering the methods it would use to control the weak-willed Kessel. It was a relic enchanted in the earliest days of the world, a perversion that had been lost for centuries, to the dismay of the evil lords who sought its strength. Crenshinabon was an enigma, a force of the darkest evil that drew its strength from the light of day. It was an instrument of destruction, a tool for scrying, a shelter and home for those who would wield it. but foremost among the powers of Crinchinabon was the strength it imparted to its possessor. Akar Kessel slept comfortably, unaware of what had befallen him. He knew only and cared only that his life was not yet at an end. He would learn the implications soon enough. He would come to understand that he would never again play the role of a stooge. The pretentious dogs like Eldelac, Dendybar the Mottled, and the others, he would become the Akar Kessel of his own fantasies, and all would bow before him. Respect, he mumbled from within the depths of his dream, a dream that Crinchinabon was imposing upon him. Akar Kessel, the tyrant of Icewind Dale. Kessel awakened to a dawn that he thought he would never see. The crystal shard had preserved him through the night, yet it had gone much more than simply prevent him from freezing. Kessel felt strangely charged that morning. The night before he had been concerned only with the quality of his life, wondering how long he could merely survive, but now he pondered the quality of his life. Survival was no longer a question. He felt strength flowing within him. A white deer bounded along the rim of the bowl. Venison, Kessel whispered aloud. He pointed a finger in the direction of his prey and spoke the command words of a spell. Tingling with excitement, he felt the power surge through his blood. A searing white bolt shot out from his hand, felling the heart where it stood. Venison, he declared, mentally lifting the animal through the air and toward him without a second thought to the act. Though telekinesis was a spell that hadn't been in the considerable repertoire of Mordecai the Red, Kessel's sole teacher, though the shard would not have let him, Kessel the greedy did not stop to ponder the sudden appearance of abilities he'd felt long overdue him. Now he had food and warmth from the shard. Yet a wizard should have a castle, he reasoned, a place where he might practice his darkest secrets undisturbed. He looked to the shard for an answer to his dilemma and found a duplicate crystal laying next to the first. Instinctively, so he presumed, though, in reality it was another subconscious suggestion from Crinchinabon that guided him. Kessel understood his role in fulfilling his own request. He knew the original shard at once from the warmth and strength that it exuded, but the second one intrigued him as well. Holding an impressive aura of power of its own, he took up the copy of the shard and carried it to the center of the bowl, setting it down on the deep snow. Ibsum Dal Abdur, he mumbled without knowing why or even what it meant. Kessel backed away as he felt the force within the image of the relic begin to expand. It caught the rays of the sun and drew with them within its depths. The area surrounding the bowl fell into shadow as it stole the very light of the day. It began to pulse with an inner rhythmic light, and then it began to grow. It widened at the base, nearly filling the bowl, and for a while Kessel feared that he would be crushed against the rocky walls. And in accordance to the crystal's widening, its tip rose up into the morning sky, keeping the dimensions aligned with its power source. Then it was complete. Still an exact image of Crinchinabon, but now in mammoth proportions. A crystalline tower. Somehow, the same way Kessel knew anything about the crystal shard, he knew its name, Crystal Tirith. Kessel would have been contented, for a time being at least, to remain in Crystal Tirith and feast off the unfortunate animals that wandered by. He had come from a meager background of unambitious peasants, and though he outwardly boasted of aspirations beyond his station, he was intimidated by the implications of power. He didn't understand how or why those who had gained prominence had risen above the common rabble, and even lied to himself, passing off the accomplishments of others and conversely the lack of his own as a random choice of fate. Now that he had power within his grasp, he had no notion of what to do with it. But Crinchinabon had waited too long to see its return to life, wasted as a hunting lodge for a puny human. Kessel's wishy-washiness was actually a favorable attribute from the relic's perspective. Over a period of time, it could persuade Kessel to follow almost any course of action with its nighttime messages, and Crinchinabon had the time. The relic was anxious to again taste the thrill of conquest, but a few years did not seem long to an artifact that had been created at the dawn of the world. It would mold the bumbling Kessel into a proper representative of its power, nurture the weak man into an iron-fisted glove to deliver its message of destruction. It had done likewise 100 times in the initial struggles of the world, creating and nurturing some of the most formidable and cruel opponents of law across any of the universal planes. It could do so again. That very night, Kessel, sleeping in the comfortability adorned second level of Crystal Tirith, had dreams of conquest, not violent campaigns waged against the city, such as Luskan, or even on the scale of battle against a frontier settlement like the villages of 10 Towns, but a less ambitious and more realistic start to his kingdom. He dreamed that he had forced a tribe of goblins into servitude, using them to assume the roles of his personal staff, catering to his every need. When he awakened the next morning, he remembered the dream and found that he liked the idea. Later that morning, Kessel explored the third level of the lower of the tower, a room like all the others, made of smooth yet stone-strong crystal. This particular one filled with various scrying devices. Suddenly an urge came over him to make certain gesture and speak an arcane word of command that he assumed he must have heard in the presence of Mordecai. He complied with the feeling and watched in amazement as the dimension within the depths of one of the mirrors in the room suddenly swirled in gray fog. When the fog cleared, an image came into focus. Kessel recognized the area depicted as a valley he had passed a short distance down the trail when Eldelac, Dundybar the Model, and the others had left him to die. The image of the region was bustling with a tribe of goblins at work constructing a campsite. These were nomads, probably. 4 war bands rarely brought females and young ones along on their raids. Hundreds of caves dotted the sides of these mountains, but they weren't numerous enough to hold the tribes of the orcs, goblins, ogres, and even more powerful monsters. Competition for layers was fierce, and the lesser goblin tribes were usually forced above ground, enslaved and slaughtered. How convenient, Kessel mused, wondering if the subject of his dream had been coincidence or prophecy. On another sudden impulse, he sent his will through the mirror toward the goblins. The effect startled him. As one, the goblin turned, apparently confused, in the direction of the unseen force. The warriors apprehensively drew their clubs and stone-headed axes, and the females and children huddled in the back of the group. One large goblin, the leader presumably holding his club defensively before it, took a few cautious steps ahead of its soldiers. Kessel scratched his chin, pondering the extent of his newfound power. "Come to me," he called to the goblin chieftain. "You cannot resist." The tribe arrived at the bows a short time later, remaining a safe distance away while they tried to figure out exactly what the tower was and where it came from. Kessel let them marvel over the splendor of his new home, then called again to the chieftain, compelling the goblin to approach Crystal Tirith. Against its own will, the large goblin strode from the ranks of his tribe. Fighting every step, it walked right up to the base of the tower. It couldn't see any door, for the entrance to Crystal Tirith was invisible to all except denizens of foreign planes and those that Crinchinabon or its wielder are allowed to enter. Kessel guided the terrible goblin into the first level of the structure. Once inside, the chieftain remained obviously motionless, its eyes darting around nervously for some indication of the overpowering force that had summoned it to the structure of the dazzling crystal. The wizard, a title rightfully imparted to the possessor of Crinchinabon, even if Kessel had never even been able to earn it by his own deeds, let the miserable creature wait for a while, heightening its fear. Then he appeared at the top of the stairwell through a secret mirror door. He looked down at the wretched creature and cackled with glee. The goblin trembled visibly when it saw Kessel. It felt the wizard's will imposing upon it once again, compelling the creature to its knees. "Who am I?" Kessel asked. The goblin groveled and whimpered. The chieftain's reply was torn from within by a power that it could not resist. "Master." You guys give me a second. I need to use the restroom. Oh wow, I didn't mute my mic. Shit. So I re-upped on my water. How's everybody doing? Are you guys enjoying the book? All right, Mini Mad Cat, how are you doing? Whew. Just need a little break. Just need a little break. We've gone a distance in this. We have gone a distance. Thank you, Blades. Thank you. So tonight when we come back, when I stream tonight, we'll be painting miniatures. And hopefully I get to see all of you in here. I appreciate it. So again, this is all for Cathy. And yeah, just mad love out to her friends and family and to James. So thank you all for being in here. Fucking so much love and respect to everybody in the community. But yeah, okay, let us continue with our book. Chapter 5, Someday. Bruner walked up the rocky slope with measured steps, his boots finding the same footholds he always used when he ascended to the height point of the southern end of the Dwarven Valley. To the people of 10 Towns, who often saw the dwarf standing immediately on the perch, this high column of stones in the rocky ridge that lined the valley had come to be known as Bruner's Climb. Just below the dwarf to the west were the lights of Tourmaline, and beyond them the dark waters of Murdalden, spotted occasionally by the running lights of the fishing boat whose resolute crew stubbornly refused to come ashore until they had landed at Knucklehead. The dwarf was well above the tundra floor and the lowest of the countless stars that sparkled the night. The celestial dome seemed to polish by the chill breeze that had blown since sunset, and Bruner felt as though he had escaped the bonds of earth. In this place he found his dreams, and ever they took him back to his ancient home, Mithril Hall, home of his fathers, and theirs before him, where rivers of shining metal ran rich and deep with the hammers of dwarven smiths rang out in praise to Moradin and Dumathoin. Bruner was merely an unbearded boy when his people had delved too deep into the bowels of the world and had been driven out by the dark things in the dark holes. He was now the eldest surviving member of his small clan, and the only one among them who had witnessed the treasures of Mithril Hall. They had made their home in the rocky valley between the two northernmost of the three lakes long before any man other than the barbarians had come to Icewind Dale. They were a poor remnant of what had once been a thriving dwarven society, a band of refugees beaten and broken by the loss of their homeland and heritage. They continued to dwindle in numbers, their elders dying as much as sadness and old age. Though the mining under the fields of the region was good, the dwarves seemed designed to fade away into oblivion. When 10 Towns had sprung up, though the luck of the dwarves considerably rose, their valley was just north of the Brinchander and as close to the principal city as any of the fishing villages, and the humans, often warring with each other and fighting off invaders, were happy to trade with the marvelous armor and weapons that the dwarves forged. But even with the betterment of their lives, Bruner particularly longed to recover the ancient glory of his ancestors. He viewed the arrival of 10 Towns as a temporary stay from a problem that would not be resolved until Mithril Hall had been recovered and restored. A cold night for so high a perch, good friend, came a call from behind. The dwarf turned around to face Dristuarden, though he realized that the drow would be invisible against the black backdrop of Kelvin's cairn. From this vantage point, the mountain was the only silhouette that broke the featureless line of the northern horizon. It had been so named because it resembled the mound of purposely piled boulders. Barbarian legend claimed that it truly served as a grave. Certainly the valley where the dwarves now made their home did not resemble any natural landmark. In every direction the tundra rolled on, flat and earthen, but the valley had only sparse patches of dirt sprinkled in among broken boulders, and walls of solid stone. It and the mountain on the northern border were the only features in all of Icewind Dale, with any mentionable quantities of rock, as if they had been misplaced by some god in the earliest days of creation. Driss noticed the glazed look of his friend's eyes. "You seek the sights that only your memory can see," he said, well aware of the dwarf's obsession with his ancient homeland. "A sight I'll see again," Bruner insisted. "We'll get there, elf. We do not even know the way." "Roads can be found," said Bruner, "but not until you look for them." "Some day, my friend," Drist humored. In the few years that he and Bruner had been friends, the dwarf had constantly badgered Drist about accompanying him on his adventure to find Mithril Hall. Drist thought the idea foolish, for no one that he had ever spoken with had even a clue as to the location of the ancient dwarven home, and Bruner could only remember disjointed images in silvery halls. Still, the drow was sensitive to his friend's deepest desire, and he always answered Bruner's pleas with the promise of someday. "We have more urgent business at the moment," Drist reminded Bruner. Earlier that day, in a meeting in the dwarven halls, the drow had detailed his findings to the dwarves. "You sure they'll be coming then?" Bruner asked. "Their charge will shake the stones of Kelvin's cairn," Drist replied as he left the darkness of the mountain's silhouette and joined a friend. "And in 10 towns does not stand a chance against them. The people are doomed." Bruner settled into a crouch and turned his eyes to the south, toward the distant lights of Brinchander. "They'll not, the stubborn fools," he muttered. "They might if your people went to them." "No," growled the dwarf. "We'll fight beside them if they choose to stand together, and pity them to the barbarians. Go to them if you wish, and good luck to ye, but nothing o' the dwarves. Let us see what grit and guts the fisher folk can muster." Driss smiled at the irony of Bruner's refusal. Both of them knew well that the drow was not trusted, even openly welcome, in any of the towns other than Lonelywood, where their friend Regis was the spokesman. Bruner marked his drow's look, and it pained him as it pained Drist, though the elf stoically pretended otherwise. "They owe you more than they'll ever know," Bruner stated flatly, turning his sympathetic eye on his friend. "They owe me nothing." Bruner shook his head. "Why do ye care?" he growled. "Ever you're watching over the folk that show you no goodwill. What do ye owe them?" The Driss shrugged and hard pressed to find an answer. Bruner was right. When the drow had first come to this land, the only one who had shown him any friendship at all was Regis. He often escorted the protected halfling through the dangerous first legs of the journey from Lonelywood, around the open tundra north of Meridalden and down toward Brinchander. When Regis went to the principal city for business or council meetings, they had actually met on one such trek. Regis tried to flee from Drist because he'd heard terrible rumors about him. Luckily for both of them, Regis was a halfling who was usually able to keep an open mind about people and make his own judgments concerning their character. That sounds familiar. It wasn't long before the two were fast friends. "Hey, Flickster, how you doing, buddy?" "No, it's not easy, bud. It's not easy. It's been difficult. There's a couple of times I've almost broken down. Hey, nerd. But to this day, Regis and the dwarves were the only ones in the area who considered the drow a friend. I do not know why I care, Driston answered honestly, his eyes turned back to the ancient homeland, where loyalty was merely a device to gain advantage over a common foe. Perhaps I care because I strive to be different from my people, he said, as much to himself as to Brunner. Perhaps I care because I am different from my people. I may be more akin to the races of the surface. That is my hope, at least. I care because I have to care about something. You are not so different, Brunner Battlehammer. We care less of our own lives be empty. See, I shouldn't have said it. I'm starting to break down. Oh, shit. I knew it was going to happen. Love you too. All right, let me see if I can go on. Hey, Flick, thank you. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Brunner cocked a curious eye. You could deny your feelings for the people of 10 towns to me, but not to yourself. Bah, Brunner snorted. Sure that I care for them. My folk need the trade. Stubborn, Driss mumbled, smiling knowingly. And Canterbury, he pressed? What of the human girl who was orphaned in a raid those years ago on Tourmaline? The waif that took you in and raised you as your own child. Brunner was glad that the cover of night offered him some protection from his revealing blush. She lives with you, though even you have to admit that she is able to go back to her own kind. Might it be, perhaps, that you care for her, gruff dwarf? Ah, shut your mouth, Brunner grumbled. She's a serving wench and makes my life a bit easier, but don't you go getting sappy about her. Stubborn, Driss reiterated more loudly this time. He had one more card to play in this discussion. What of myself, then? Dwarves are not overly fond of the light elves, let alone the drow. How do you justify the friendship you have shown me? I have nothing to offer you in return but my own friendship. Why do you care? You bring me news when... Brunner stopped short, aware that Driss had cornered him, but the drow didn't press the issue any further. So the friends watched in silence as the lights of Bryn Shander went down one by one. Despite his outward callousness, Brunner realized how true some of the drow's accusations had rung. He had come to care for the people who had settled on the banks of the Three Lakes. What do you mean to do then? The dwarf asked at length. I mean to warn them, Driss replied. You underestimate your neighbors, Brunner. They're made of tougher stuff than you believe. Agreed, said the dwarf. But my questions are out of character. Every day we see fighting on the lakes, and always over the damned fish. The people cling to their own towns, and goblins take the others, for all they care. Now they've to show me and mine that they've the will to fight together. Just had to admit the truth of Brunner's observations. The fisherman...
Okay, so we are just a minute away from 11. So our next reader is the Mini Mad Cat, who is also streaming on their channel. So if you want to go to Art of Mike Disney's channel and hear the rest of his story, you are more than welcome to. If you want to stick around here to keep listening to our readers every hour, you're also more than welcome to hang out here. If you have the means, please consider donating. If you don't have the means, just sharing the links and putting the word out is good enough. You do not have to put yourself out, please. So it's a lovely tribute day that we're having today, and I apologize for the misspelling of Miss Cathy Wappel's name in the tribute stream title on our stream, but I fixed it because it was like midnight last night when I set all this up, and my brain was not working very well. So I am going to go ahead and set it up for our next reader, the Mini Mad Cat. So you're going to have some brief silence, and then we will be right back as I go to her stream. Thank you.
He passed away in 2008. This book was given to me by my cousin, who died at a young age as well. It's a fantasy novel with a bit of comedy, so hopefully it'll be a little bit light-hearted, and hopefully I don't get in any trouble for reading it. Thanks for the follow, buddy. Thanks for the follow, buddy. Right, I'm gonna keep all of my sound alerts off for now, and keep all of the sub all that stuff, all of that silenced. So, Another Fine Myth by Robert Asprin. The book is dedicated to Bork the Indestructible, known to lesser mortals as George Hunt, whose gruff but loyal friendship has seen me through many crises in the past and probably in the future. Chapter 1. There are things on heaven and earth, Horatio, man was not meant to know. Hamlet. One of the few redeeming facets of instructors, I thought, is that occasionally they can be fooled. It was true that when my mother taught me to read, it was true when my father tried to teach me to be a farmer, and it's true now when I'm learning magic. You haven't been practicing, Garkin's harsh admonishment interrupted my musings. I have too, I protested. It's just a difficult exercise. As if in response, the feather I was levitating began to tremble and wobble in midair. You aren't concentrating, he accused. It's the wind, I argued. I wanted to add, from your loud mouth, but didn't dare. Early in our lessons, Garkin had demonstrated his lack of appreciation for cheeky apprentices. The wind, he sneered, mimicking my voice. Like this, dolt. My mental contact with the object of my concentration was interrupted as the feather darted suddenly towards the ceiling. It jarred to a halt, as if it had become embedded in something. Though it was still a foot from wooden beams, they slowly rotated to a horizontal plane. Just as slowly, it rotated on its axis, and then swapped ends and began to glide around an inevitable circle like a leaf caught in an eddy. I'll turn the music off as well, sorry. There you go. And I'll turn it off for me. There you go. I risked a glance at Garkin. He was draped over his chair, feet dangling, his entire attention apparently devoted to devouring a leg of roast lizard bird. A bird I'd snared, I might add. Concentration indeed. He looked up suddenly and our eyes met. It was too late to look away, so I simply looked back at him. Hungry? His grease-flecked salt and pepper beard was suddenly framing a wolfish grin. Then show me how much you've been practicing. I'll try and get the voice in. It took me a heartbeat to realize what he meant. Then I looked up desperately. The feather was tumbling forward, a bare shoulder height from landing. Forcing the sudden tension from my body, I reached out with my mind. Gently. Form a pillow. Don't knock it away. The feather halted a scant 2 hand spans from the floor. I heard Garkin's low chuckle, but he didn't allow it to break my concentration. I hadn't let the feather touch the floor for 3 years, and it wasn't going to touch now. Slowly I raised it until it floated at eye level. Wrapping my mind around it, I rotated it on its axis, then enticed it to swap ends. As I led it through the exercise, its movement was not so smooth or sure as when Garkin set his mind to the task, but it did move unerringly in its assigned course. Although I had not been practicing with the feather, I had been practicing. When Garkin was not about or preoccupied with his own studies, I devoted most of my time to levitating pieces of metal. Keys, to be specific. Each type of levitation had its own inherent problems. Metal was hard to work with, because it was an inert material. The feather, having once been part of a living thing, was more responsive. Too responsive. To lift metal took effort. To maneuver a feather required subtlety. Of the two, I preferred to work with metal. I could see a more direct application of that skill in my chosen profession. Good enough, lad. Now put it back in the book. I smiled to myself. This part I'd practiced. Not because of its potential applications, but because it was fun. The book was lying open on the end of the workbench. I brought the feather down in a long, lazy spiral, allowing it to pass lightly across the pages of the book and up in a swooping arc, stopped it, and brought it back. As it approached the book the second time, I disengaged part of my mind to dart ahead to the book. As the feather crossed the pages, the book snapped shut like the jaws of a hungry predator, trapping the missile within its grasp. Toned Garkin. A trifle showy, but effective. Just a little something I worked up when I was practicing, I said casually, reaching out with my mind for the other lizard bird leg. Instead of floating gracefully to my waiting hand, however, it remained on the wooden platter, as if it had taken root. Where was I? Not so fast, my little sneak thief. You've been practicing, eh? He stroked his beard thoughtfully with the half-gnawed bone in his hand. Certainly, didn't it show? It occurred to me that Garkin is not as easy to fool as it sometimes seems. In that case, I'd like to see you light your candle. It should be easy if you've been practicing as much as you claim. I have no objections to trying, but as you have said yourself so many times, some lessons come easier than others. Although I sounded confident, my spirit sank as the large candle came floating to the work table in response to Garkin's summons. In 4 years of trying, I was yet to be successful at this particular exercise. If Garkin was going to keep me from food until I was successful, I could go hungry for a long time. Say, Garkin, it occurs to me I could probably concentrate better on a full stomach. It occurs to me that you're stalling. Couldn't I... No, Skeeve. There was no swaying him once he used my proper name. That much I'd learnt over the years. Lad, thief, idiot, turnip head. Though derogatory, as long as he used one of these, his mind was still open. Once he reverted to using my proper name, it was hopeless. It is indeed a sorry state when the sound of your own name becomes a knell of doom. Well, if there is no way around it, I just have to give it my best shot. For this, there could be no half effort or feigned concentration. I would have to use every ounce of my strength and skill to summon the power. I studied the candle with a detached mind, momentarily blanking the effort ahead of my consciousness. The room, the cluttered workbench, Garkin, even my own hunger faded from view as I focused on the candle, though I had long since memorized its every feature. It was stout, nearly 6 inches across to stabilize its 10-inch weight. I had carved numerous mystic symbols into its surface. A 10-inch weight, 10-inch height. It was stout, nearly 6 inches across to stabilize its 10-inch height. I had carved numerous mystic symbols into its surface, copied painstakingly from Garkin's books at his direction, though many of them were partially partially obliterated by hardened rivulets of wax. The candle had burned many long hours to light my studies, but it had been lit from a taper from the cooking fire and not from my efforts. Negative thought. Stop it. I will light the candle this time. I will light it because there is no reason I should not. Consciously deepening my breath, I began to gather the power. My world narrowed further until all I was aware of was the curled, blackened wick of the candle. I am Skeeve. My father has a farmer's bond with the earth. My mother was an educated woman. My teacher is a master magician. I am Skeeve. I will light this candle. I could feel myself beginning to grow warm as the energies begin to build within me. I focused the heat on the wick. Like my father, I tapped the strength of the earth. The knowledge my mother gave me is like a lens, enabling me to focus what I have gained. The wisdom of my teacher directs my efforts to those points of the universe most likely to yield to my will. I am Skeeve. The candle remained unlit. There was sweat on my forehead now, and I was beginning to tremble with the effort. No, that was wrong. I should not be tense. Relax. Don't force it. Tenseness hinders the flow. Let the energies pass freely. Serve as a passive conductor. I forced myself to relax, consciously letting the muscles in my face and shoulders go slack as I redoubled my efforts. The flow was noticeably more intense now. I could almost see the energy streaming from me to my target. I stretched out a finger, which focused the energies even more. The candle remained unlit. I couldn't do it. Negative thought. Stop it. I am Skeeve. I will light the candle. My father. No. Negative thought. Do not rely on others for your strength. I will light the candle because I am Skeeve. I was rewarded by a sudden surge of energy at the thought. I pursued it, growing heady with power. I am Skeeve. I am stronger than any of them. I escaped my father's attempts to chain me to a plough as he had my brother. My mother died from her idealism, but I used her teachings to survive. My teacher is a gullible fool who took a thief for an apprentice. I have beaten them all. I am Skeeve. I will light the candle. I was floating now. I realized how my abilities dwarfed those around me. Whether the candle lit or not was inconsequential. I am Skeeve. I am powerful. Almost contemptuously I reached out with my hand and touched the wick. A small bright ember appeared as if in answer to my will. Startled, I sat up and blinked at the candle. As I did, the ember disappeared, leaving a small white plume of smoke to mark its departure. I realized too late. I'd broken concentration. Excellent, lad. Garkin was suddenly beside me, pounding my shoulder enthusiastically. How long he had been there I neither knew nor cared. It went out, I said plaintively. Never you mind that, you lit it. You have the confidence now. Next time it will be easy. By the stars, we'll make a magician of you yet. Here, you must be hungry. I barely got my hand up in time to intercept the remaining lizard bird leg before it smacked into my face. It was cold. I don't mind admitting I was beginning to despair. Oh, sorry, wrong voice. Should have read ahead. Hey, Ralph. Had some great hangouts with Cathy, and he started about a year ago, and she was so welcoming. Love that you're doing a tribute. Thanks, Summit Forgery. Thank you. Yeah, everybody, please follow the links. I think I've got a copy paste for there in my chat. That's where you can donate. I hope everyone's enjoying the book. Thank you, Locust. Right. What did T-Cat say? Sorry if I've missed anything. Getting stuck in. Rao's looking for a goblin in his pile of shame. Thanks, T-Cat. Hopefully the audio is okay, yeah. Okay. You could pay attention to me reading the dictionary all day and you'd love it. Thanks, Barlight. Thank you. Oh, man. Robert Asprin's Another Fine Myth series. We will, I think, get to a point where we're getting to the really funny stuff, because I used to laugh out loud when I used to read this. Yeah, that would be a redeem that we don't want to have happen, wouldn't it? I would promptly ignore it, to be fair, but I shall disable that. Hold on. There you go. Thanks, Merlin. Great. Okay, I shall continue having hydrated. Sorry if you were looking for a link, Kelly. Just give me the link and I shall post it in my channel. Or if there's a mod in here, Rao, you might be a mod. Could you possibly give Kelly a... Yeah. That I do have a timer set up that should be directing people to both things. But my chatbot is not great. 1 second. So I should be every 5 minutes. I should get something in my chat channel. Anyway, I shall continue. No worries. Okay. Okay. I barely got my hand up in time to intercept the remaining lizard bird leg before it smacked into my face. It was cold. I don't mind admitting I was beginning to despair, lad. What made that lesson so hard? Has it occurred to you you could use that spell to give you extra light when you're picking a lock, or even to start a fire to serve as a diversion? I thought about it, but extra light could draw unwanted attention. As for starting a diversion, I'd be afraid of hurting someone. I don't want to hurt anyone, just... I stopped, realizing what I was saying too late. A heavy cuff from Garkin sent me sprawling off my stool. I thought so. You're still planning to be a thief. You want to use my magics to steal? He was towering in his rage, but for once I stood my ground. What of it? I snarled. It beats starving. What's so good about being a magician, anyway? I mean, your lifestyle here gives me so much to look forward to. I gestured at the cluttered room that was the entirety of the hut. Listen to the wolfling complain, Garkin sneered. It was good enough for you when the winter drove you out of the woods to steal. It beats sleeping under a bush, you said. And it still does. That's why I'm still here. But I'm not going to spend the rest of my life here. Hiding in a little hut in the woods is not my idea of a future to look forward to. You were living on roots and berries until I came along and started trapping meat for the fire. Maybe that's your idea of a wonderful life, Garkin, but it's not mine. We glared at each other for several long moments. Now that my anger was vented, I was more than a little afraid. Whilst I had not had extensive experience in the field, I suspected that sneering at magicians was not the best way to ensure a long and healthy future. Surprisingly enough, it was Garkin who gave ground first. He suddenly dropped his gaze and bowed his head, giving me a rare view of the unkempt mass of hair atop it. Perhaps you're right, Skeeve. His voice was strangely soft. Perhaps I have been showing you all the work of magic, but not the rewards. I constantly forget how suppressing magic is in these lands. He raised his eyes to meet mine again, and I shivered at the impact. They were not angry, but deep within them burned a glow I had never seen before. You know, Skeeve, that all lands are not like this one, nor was I always as you see me now. In lands where magic is recognized instead of feared as it is here, it is respected and commissioned by those in power. The skillful magician who keeps his wits about him can reap 100 times the wealth you aspire to as a thief. And such power that... He broke off suddenly and shook his head, as if to clear it. When he opened his eyes again, the glow I had seen burning earlier had died to an ember. But you aren't impressed by words, are you, lad? Come, I'll show you a little demonstration of some of the power you may one day wield, if you practice your lessons, that is. The joviality in his voice was forced. I nodded my agreement in answer to that burning gaze. Truth to tell, I needed no demonstration. His soft, brief oration had awed me far more than any angry tirade or demonstration, but I did not wish to contradict him at this time. I don't believe he actually noticed my response. He was already striding into the large pentagram permanently inscribed in the floor of the hut. As he walked, he gestured absent-mindedly, and the charred copper brazier scuttled forth from its... Just a moment, bit of a hydration. Bit of coffee, really. Probably shouldn't be drinking coffee whilst I'm reading. As he walked, he gestured absent-mindedly, and the charred. Sorry, I expect it to be an at. As he walked, he gestured absent-mindedly, and the charred copper brazier scuttled forth from its place in the corner to meet him at the centre of the pentagram. I had time to reflect that perhaps it was that brazier that had first drawn me to Garkin. I remembered the first time I peered through the window of his hut seeking to identify and place objects of value for a later theft. I had seen Garkin, as I have seen him so often since, pacing restlessly up and down the room, his nose buried in a book. It was a surprising enough sight, as it was, for reading is not a common pastime in this area, but what captured my attention was the brazier. I hobbled about the room, following Garkin like an impatient puppy that was a little too impolite to jump on its master to get his attention. When Garkin had looked up from his book and stared thoughtfully at his workbench, then, with a nod of decision, gestured. A small pot of unidentified content rose from the clutter and floated to his waiting hand. He caught it, referred to his book again, and poured out a dollop without looking up. Quick as a cat, the brazier scrambled under his hand and caught the dollop before it reached the floor. That had been my introduction to magic. Something wrenched my attention back to the present. What was it? I checked Garkin's progress. No, he was still at work, half hidden by a floating cloud of vials and jars, mumbling as he occasionally plucked one from the air and added a bit of its contents to the brazier. Whatever he was working on, it promised to be spectacular. And then I heard again a muffled step outside the hut. But that was impossible. Garkin always began to search my memory. I could not recall Garkin setting the protective wards before he started to work. Ridiculous. Caution was the first and most important thing Garkin hammered into me. And part of caution was always setting wards before you started working. He couldn't have forgotten. But he had been rather intense and distracted. I was still trying to decide if I should attempt to interrupt Garkin's work when he suddenly stepped back from the brazier. He fixed me with his gaze, and my warning died in my throat. This was not the time to impose reality on the situation. The glow was back in his eyes, stronger than before.
Even demonstration should give a lesson, he intoned. Control, Skeeve. Control is the mainstay of magic. Power without control is a disaster. That is why you practice with a feather, though you are able to move much larger and heavier objects. Control. Even your meager powers would be dangerous unless controlled, and I will not teach you more until you have learned that control.
He carefully stepped out of the pentagram.
To demonstrate the value of control, I will now summon forth a demon, and being from another world. A being from another world. He's powerful, cruel, and vicious, and would kill us both if given the chance. Yet despite this, we need not fear him, because he will be controlled. He will be unable to harm us or anything else in this world, as long as he is contained within that pentagram. Now watch, Skeeve. Watch and learn.
So saying, he turned once more to the brazier. He spread his hands, and as he did, the 5 candles at the points of the pentagram sprang to life, and the lines of the pentagram began to glow with an eerie blue light. Silence reigned for several minutes. Then he began to chant in a low mumble. A thread of smoke appeared from the brazier, but instead of rising to the ceiling, it poured onto the floor. It began to form a small cloud that seethed and pulsed. Garkin's chanting was louder now, and the cloud grew and darkened. The brazier was almost obscured from view, but there, in the depths of the cloud, something was taking shape.
Istvan sends his greetings, Garkin.
I nearly jumped out of my skin at the words. They came from inside the hut, but not inside the pentagram. I whirled towards their source. A figure was standing just inside the door, blinding in a glowing gold cloak. For a mad moment, I thought it was the demon answering Garkin's summons. And then I saw the crossbow. It was a man, all right, but the crossbow, cocked and loaded in his hand, did little for my peace of mind. Garkin did not even turn to look.
Not now, you fool, he snarled. It has been a long hunt, Garkin, the man continued, as if he hadn't heard. You've hidden yourself well, but you didn't really hope to escape. You dare!
Garkin spun from his work, towering in his rage. The man saw Garkin's face now, saw the eyes, and his face contorted in a grotesque mask of fear. Reflexively, he loosened the bolt from his crossbow, but too late. I did not see what Garkin did. Things were happening too fast, but the man suddenly disappeared in a sheet of flame. He shrieked in agony and fell to the floor. The flame disappeared as suddenly as it had come, leaving only the smouldering corpse as evidence it had existed at all. I remained rooted to the spot for several moments before I could move or even speak.
Garkin, I said at last. Garkin. Garkin's form was a crumpled lump on the floor. I was at his side in one bound, but it was far too late. The crossbow bolt protruded with silent finality from his chest. Garkin had given me my last lesson. As I stooped to touch his body, I noticed something that froze my blood in its veins. Half hidden by his form was the extinguished candle from the north point of the pentagram. The lines were no longer glowing blue. The protective spell was gone. With agonizing effort, I raised my head and found myself gazing into a pair of yellow eyes, flecked with gold, that were not of this world. There you go. So that's the first chapter. We'll move on in a moment to chapter 2. Oh, my chat was paused in Baylight's channel. Am I getting... If people are trying to post links, I'm sorry if that's not happening. The donation link's on the screen, and I can copy and paste that and this. In my channel. There you go. You can follow those links, and the last one is where you can go and donate towards the donation tribute that we're doing. Thank you very much to Baylight 3D for hosting us. Great, I'm glad it's all right. Attempt to upload this entire stream to YouTube and post a link to the video on our socials. If you have a YouTube downloader, you are welcome to download the video for any use. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully the fact that I'm still hopefully going to get permissions for having read it. But, yeah. Cool. Is everybody enjoying it? Maybe it's the first introduction to Robert Asprin's writings to people as well. I'm sure it gets quite funny. Although there was quite a lot of irony in that scene just then. Right. I'll stop just commentary. So readers for helping us on. Thanks, Pat. Good. I'm glad you're enjoying the story. Good. Wonderful. Thanks, TCAP. Mike, thank you so much for the raid. Well done on your reading earlier. You got through loads. Welcome in, raiders. I'm just going to carry on reading. All of the alerts are off, so thanks for any follows that happened. Mike, thank you so much for bringing everyone in. Blades, thank you very much. Right. So continue. We're reading Another Fine Myth by Robert Asprin. This book my cousin gave me, who has also passed. Robert Asprin has passed. I'm trying to get permission for it. Obviously, if you like the book, I can recommend them. There's no sponsorship or connection at the moment, but it's the least I can do to like the family of the author to at least shout them out a couple of times too. Yeah, Another Fine Myth, part of the Myth series by Robert Asprin. So, welcome in, thank you. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you. Right, let's go. Chapter 2. Things are not always as they seem. Once, in the woods, I found myself face to face with a snake cat. On another occasion, I encountered a spider bear. Now, faced with a demon, I decided to pattern my behaviour after that which had saved me in the aforementioned situations. I froze. At least, in hindsight, I like to think it was a deliberate, calculated act.
The demon curled its lips back, revealing a double row of needle-sharp teeth. I considered changing my chosen course of action. I considered fainting. The demon ran a purple tongue over his lips and began to slowly extend a taloned hand towards me. That did it. I went backwards, not in a cat-like graceful bound, but scrabbling on all fours. It's surprising how fast you can move that way when properly inspired. I managed to build up a substantial head of steam before I crashed headfirst into the wall. I said. I mean, it may not seem like much, but at the time it was the calmest expression of pain and terror I could think of. At my outburst, the demon seemed to choke. Several ragged shouts erupted, and then he began to laugh. It wasn't a low, menacing laugh, but the wholehearted, enthusiastic laughter of someone who's just seen something hysterically funny. I found it both disquieting and annoying. Annoying because I had a growing suspicion I was the source of his amusement. Disquieting because, well, he was a demon, and demons are cold, vicious, and bloodthirsty. The demon gasped as if he had read my thoughts. You really bought the whole line, didn't you, kid? I beg your pardon, I said, because I couldn't think of anything else to say. Something wrong with your ears? I said cold, vicious. I heard you. I meant, what did you mean? What I meant was that when you were scared stiff by a few well-chosen words from my esteemed colleague. I'll wager. He jerked a thumb at Garkin's body. Sorry for the dramatics. I felt a touch of comic relief was necessary to lighten an otherwise tragic moment. Comic relief? Well, actually, I couldn't pass up the opportunity. You should have seen your face. He chuckled to himself as he strode out of the pentagram and began leisurely inspecting the premises. So if this is Garkin's new place, well, what a dump. Who would have thought? It'd come to this? To say I was perplexed would be an understatement. I wasn't sure how a demon should act, but it wasn't like this. I could have bolted for the door, but I did not seem to be in immediate danger. Either this strange being meant me no harm, or he was confident of his ability to stop me even if I tried to flee. For the sake of my nervous system, I decided to assume the former. The demon continued to inspect the hut, while I inspected him. He was humanoid, that is, he had 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. He was short, but powerfully built, a bit broader across the shoulders than a man, and heavily muscled, but he wasn't human. I mean, you don't see many hairless humans with dark green scales covering their body and pointed ears lying flat against their head. I decided to risk a question. Hey, Mike. Did we get... There we go, we got at least the shout-out came out. There you go, the shout-outs came out. It's messed up, there's no space in there. I hope your stream was well, Mike. Shout-out for Mike. Oh, this works. There we go. Follow Mike. Get a bit more water. Change that command. There you go. That should work better. If you're just trying... Thanks. Better like... Right, okay. I decided to risk a question. Excuse me? Yeah, what's it? He had a Cockney accent, didn't he? Yeah, kid? You are a demon, aren't you? Huh? Oh yeah, I guess you could say I am. Well, if you don't mind my asking, why don't you act like a demon? The demon shot me a disgusted look, and then turned his head heavenward in a gesture of martyrdom. Everybody's a critic. Tell you what, kid, would you be happier if I tore your throat out with my teeth? Well, no, but for that matter, who are you, anyway? Are you an innocent bystander, or did you come with the assassin? I'm with him, I hastened to reply, pointing a shaky finger at Garkin's body. That bit about tearing my throat out had me on edge again.
Or at least I was. Garkin, the one who summoned him. I was his student. No kidding. Garkin's apprentice. He began advancing towards me, reaching out a hand. Please, what's wrong? As he moved towards me, I started backing away from him. I tried to do it casually, but he had noticed. Well, you are a demon? Yes, so? Well, demons are supposed to be... Hey, relax, kid. I don't bite. Look, I'm an old buddy of Garkin's. I thought you said you were a demon. That's right. I'm from another dimension. A dimension traveller, or demon for short. Get it? What's a dimension? The demon scowled. Are you sure you're Garkin's apprentice? I mean, he hasn't told you anything about dimensions. No, I answered. I mean, yes, I'm his apprentice, but he never said anything about the demons. That's dimensions, he corrected. Well, a dimension is another world, actually one of several, existing simultaneously with this one, but on different planes. Follow me? No, I admitted. Well, just accept that I'm from another world. No, in that other world, I'm a magician, just like Garkin. We had an exchange program going where we could summon each other across barriers to impress our respective apprentices. I thought you said you were a demon, I said suspiciously. I am! Look, kid, in my world, you'd be a demon. But at the current moment, I'm in yours, so I'm a demon. I thought you said you were a magician. I don't believe this. The demon made his angry appeal to the heavens. I'm standing here arguing with some twerp of an apprentice. Look, kid, he fixed me with his gaze again. Let me try it this way. Are you going to shake my hands, or am I going to rip your heart out? Sorry. Allergies. And doing a gruff London accent. Reading that. Right, okay. Yeah, Robert Aspirin, Vandar the Red. Valandar the Red. Right, okay. Okay, great. So I won't be carrying on the reading once I finish. I am just doing the reading for Cathy's charity drive, which again, that's in my chat now. You can follow that link and donate. All donations are greatly appreciated. Cathy was somebody I only got to interact with a couple of times very briefly on Twitch, but it was always a pleasure, and she was always very forthcoming and giving to me with advice. Someone who literally just lurked and asked questions like once or twice, and I wish I could have sort of given a little bit more, but this is me doing what I can. That's all right, Mike. So yeah, don't forget to, if you're able, then please donate. It helps James Wappel and the family deal with the aftermath. Basically, they've been pillars of the community for a long time, and it's a good thing to give back. Again, reading Robert Aspirin's work, who's a deceased author, and his books are fantastic. I can recommend them highly. Just right. Okay. I don't believe this, the demon said, made his angry appeal to the heavens. I'm standing here arguing with some twerp of an apprentice. Look, kid,
He fixed me with his gaze again.
let me try it this way. Are you going to shake my hand, or am I going to rip your heart out?
Since he put it that way, I mean, for a minute there, when he lost his temper and started shouting, he sounded just like Garkin. I gave credibility to his claim of friendship with my ex-teacher. I took his extended hand and shook it cautiously. My name is Skeeve. His grip was cold, but firm. So firm, in fact, that I found it impossible to reclaim my hand as rapidly as I would have liked.
Pleased to meet you, kid. I'm Oz.
Oz?
No relation.
No relation to what? I asked, but he was examining the room again.
Well, there's certainly nothing here to arouse the greedy side of his fellow beings. Early, primitive, enduring, but not particularly sought after.
We like it, I said rather stiffly. Now that I was over being scared, I didn't like the sneer in his voice. The hut wasn't much, and I certainly wasn't overly fond of it, but I resented his criticism.
Don't get your back up, kid,
Oz said easily.
I'm looking for a motive, that's all.
Motive?
A reason for someone to off Garkin. I'm not big on vengeance, but he was a drinking buddy of mine, and it's got my curiosity up.
He broke off his inspection of the room to address me directly.
How about you, kid? Can you think of anything? Any milkmaids he's been seducing, or farmers he's cheated? Got an interest in this too, you know. You might be the next target.
But the guy who did it is dead, I gestured to the charred up lump by the door. Doesn't that finish it?
Wake up, kid. Didn't you see the gold cloak? That was a professional assassin. Somebody hired him, and that somebody who would hire another one.
Chill down down my spine. I hadn't really thought of that. I began to search my memory for a clue. Well, he said Istvan sent him.
What's an Istvan?
I don't... Wait a minute, what do you mean? I might be the next target?
Neat, huh?
Oz was holding up the gold cloak.
Lined and completely reversible. Always wondered how come no one noticed them until they were ready to pounce.
Oz?
Hmm?
Oh.
Oh, didn't mean to scare you. It's just if someone's declared open season on magicians in general, or Garkin specifically, you might have some... Hello, what's this?
What's what? I asked, trying to get a look at what he had found.
This, he said,
holding his prize aloft.
Seems I'm not the only demon about.
It was a head, apparently the assassin's. It was badly charred, with bone showing in several places. My natural revulsion at the sight was compounded by several obvious features. The chin and ears of the head were unnaturally pointed, and there were two short, blunt horns protruding from the forehead. A devil! I exclaimed in horror.
A devil?
I exclaimed in horror.
Oh, what? Oh, a devil. No, a devil. No, it's not from diva. It's from imper. An imp. Think I can teach you anything?
Come again? I asked, but Oz was busy scowling at the head.
The question is, who would be crass enough to hire an imp for an assassin? Only one I can think of is Istvan. But that's impossible.
But that's who did it, don't you remember? I told you.
I thought you said Istvan.
I did. Wait a minute. What did you say?
I said Istvan. Can't you tell the difference?
No, I admitted.
Must be too subtle for the human ear to detect. Oh well, no matter. This changes everything. If Istvan is up to his old tricks, there's no time to lose. Hey, wait a minute. What's this?
It's a crossbow, I observed.
With heat-seeking, armour-piercing quarrels? Is that the norm in this world? Heat-seeking? Never mind. I didn't think so. Well, that tears it. I'd better check this out quick.
He began to stride into the pentagram. I suddenly realised he was preparing to leave. Hey, wait a minute. What's going on?
It wouldn't take too long to explain, kid. Maybe I'll see you again sometime.
But you said I might be a target.
Yeah, well, that's the way it crumbles. Yeah, and tell you what, start running, and maybe they won't find you until it's over.
My head was a whirl. Things were happening far too fast for clear thought. I still didn't know what or who the demon was, or if I should trust him. But I did know one thing. He was the nearest thing to an ally I had in a situation where I was clearly outclassed. Couldn't you help me?
No time, I've got to move.
Couldn't I come with you?
You'd just get in the way, maybe even get me killed.
But without you, I'd be killed. I was getting desperate, but Oz was unimpressed.
Probably not. Tell you what, kid. I really got to get going, but just to show you I think you'll survive, I'll show you a little trick you might use sometime. You see all this crud Garkin used to use bring me across the barrier? Well, it's not necessary. Watch close, and I'll show you how we do it when our apprentices aren't watching.
I wanted to shout to make him stop and listen to me, but he had already started. He spread his arms at shoulder height, looked heavenward, took a deep breath, and clapped his hands. Nothing happened. Chapter 3. So I've probably tried to read chapter 3, and that will be all I might manage. Just a little bit of a drink again. Thanks, Kelly. Right. So, chapter 3. The only thing more reliable than magic is one's friend. Ars scowled and repeated the gesture, a bit quicker this time. The scene remained unchanged. I decided something was wrong. Is something wrong? I asked politely.
You better believe there's something wrong,
Ars snarled.
It's not working.
Are you sure you're doing it right?
Yes, I'm sure I'm doing it right, just like I've been sure the last 50 times I did it.
He was starting to sound annoyed.
Can you... Look, kid, if I knew it was wrong, I'd have fixed it already. Now shut up and let me think.
He sat down to sit cross-legged in the centre of the pentagram, where he began sketching vague patterns in the floor as he mumbled darkly to himself. I wasn't sure if he was trying some alternate incantation, or was simply thinking hard, but decided it would be unwise to ask. Instead, I used the time to organise my scrambled thoughts. I still wasn't sure if Ars was a threat to me, or if he was my only possible salvation for a greater threat. I mean, by this time I was pretty sure he was kidding about ripping my heart out, but that's the sort of thing one wants to be very sure of. One thing I had learnt for certain, there was more to this magic stuff than floating feathers around.
That's gotta be it.
Ars was on his feet again, glaring at Garkin's body. I'm just going to do something I realise on my stream. It should be on IRL, shouldn't it? I think we have no category at the moment, which is fine. I don't know if it's really a game. I'm a bit confused about the title IRL. Didn't we used to have an IRL and it was just IRL? Anyway, okay. Ars was on his feet again, glaring at Garkin's body.
That ill-begot son of a wombat.
What's a wombat? I asked, then immediately wished I hadn't. The mental image that sprang into my mind was so horrifying I was sure I didn't want details. I needn't have worried. Ars was not about to take time to answer me.
Well, it's a pretty crummy joke, that's all I have to say.
What are you talking about, Ars?
I'm talking about Garkin. He did this to me. If I thought he would go this far, I would have turned him into a goatfish when I had the chance.
Ars, I still don't... I stopped. He'd ceased his rantings and was looking at me. I shrank back reflexively before I recognised the snarl as his smile. I liked it better when he was raving.
Oh, I'm sorry, Skeeve,
he purred.
Oh, I guess I haven't been very clear. I was growing more uneasy by the minute. Wasn't used to having people, much less demons, being nice to me. That's okay. I was just wondering. You see, the situation is this. Garkin and I have been playing little jokes on each other for some time now. It started one time when we were drinking and he stiffed me with the bill. Well, the next time I brought him in over a lake and, I had to do his demon act armpit deep in water. He got even by, I won't bore you with the details, but we've gotten in the habit of putting each other in awkward or embarrassing situations. It's really very childish, but quite harmless. But this time, Ars's eyes started to narrow. Well, this time the old frog kiss has gone too. It seems to have gone a little out of hand. Don't you agree? He bared his fangs at me again in a smile. I wanted very badly to agree with him, but I didn't have the foggiest idea what he was talking about. You still haven't told me what's wrong. What's wrong is this stinking slimemonger took away my powers, he roared, forgetting his composure. I'm blocked. I can't do a flaming thing unless he removes this stupid prankish spell, and he can't, because he's dead. Now do you understand me, Flybait? I made up my mind. Saviour or not, I'd rather he went back where he came from. Well, if there's anything I could do... There is, Skeeve, my boy. Ours was suddenly all purrs and teeth again. All you have to do is fire up the old cauldron or whatever and remove this spell. And we can each go our own separate ways, and I can't do that. Okay, kid. His smile was a little bit more forced. I'll stick around until you're on your feet. What are friends for, eh? That's not it. What do you want? Blood? Ours was no longer smiling. If you're trying to hold me up, you don't understand, I interrupted desperately. I can't do it because I can't do it. I don't know how. That stopped him. That could be a problem. Well, tell you what. Instead of pulling the spell here, what say you just pop me back to my own dimension and I'll get someone there to take it off. I can't do that either. Remember, I told you I've never heard of... What can you do? I can levitate objects, small objects, and, he encouraged, and I can light a candle. Light a candle? Well, almost. Ars sank heavily into a chair and hid his face in his hands for several minutes. I waited for him to think of something. Kid, have you got anything in this dump to drink? He asked finally. I'll get you some water. I said something to drink, not something to wash in. Oh, yes, sir. I hastened to bring him a goblet of wine from the small keg Garkin kept, hoping he wouldn't notice the vessel wasn't particularly clean. What will this do? Will it help? What will this do? Will it help you put your powers back? No, but it might make me feel a little better. He tossed the wine down in one swallow and studied the goblet disdainfully. Is this the biggest container you've got? I cast around the room desperately, but ours was way ahead of me. He rose, strode into the pentagram, and picked up the brazier. I knew from past experience it was deceptively heavy, but he carried it to the keg as if it were weightless. Not bothering to empty out Garkin's concoction, he filled it to the brim and took a deep draught. Oh, that's better, he sighed. I felt a little queasy. Well, kid, he said, sweeping me with an appraising stare. Looks like we're stuck here with each other. The setup isn't ideal, but it's what we've got. Time to bite the bullet and play the cards we're dealt. You do know what cards are, don't you? Of course, I said, lightly wounded. Good. What's a bullet? Ars closed his eyes as if struggling against some inner turmoil. Kid, he said at last, there's a good chance this partnership is going to drive one of us crazy. I guess it'll be me unless you can knock off this dumb questions every other sentence. But I can't understand half of what you're saying. Well, tell you what, try to save up the questions and ask me all at one time, okay? I'll try. Right, now, here's the situation as I see it. If Isfahan is hiring imps for assassins, what's an imp? Kid, will you give me a break? I'm sorry, Oz, keep going. Right, well, it's happening. He made his appeal to the heavens. I can't remember what I was saying. Imps, I prompted. Oh, right. Well, if he's hiring imps and arming them with non-specific weapons, it can only mean he's up to his old tricks. Now, since I don't have my powers, I can't get out of here to sound the alarm. That's where you come in, kid. There you go, that's my time. And that is the time I'm gonna give to that book. If you wanna read the rest of the book, you're gonna have to buy it somewhere. So if anybody wants to go and carry on watching and listening to audio to people reading, and I'm going to keep the link going in my chat for the rest of the day, so people still be able to go and find those channels, find that channel, find Baylight 3D. That's all right, painting. I'm going to carry on. I am going to carry on and do some painting. So, and yeah, I'll go on a short break and get myself fully hydrated and fed. So I'll be back in 10 minutes. Thanks a lot for everyone joining me. Thanks a lot for Mike. Thank you very much, Blades, for your subscription, and welcome in everybody from Mike's stream. Oh, you never.
What a lovely, 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 lovely story. That was fantastic, and his voice was excellent. Okay, TCAT is in our reading room, so let me go ahead and get connected. Okay, hi. Hold on, let me prevent echoing. There we go. All right, so I am going to go ahead and go on mute, and TCAT can go ahead and take over from here, and go ahead.
Oh, can they hear me? Gosh. Oh, okay, okay. Good. Oh my goodness, I am so nervous. So on top of that, I decided to add coffee to me being nervous, which probably will not help. And then I noticed another thing. I am reading The Tale of Despero, and then realized that there's a lot of French in here. Just little snippets of French. And I was like, I don't speak French. I'm about to butcher every French word in this book for about an hour. And I hope not to offend anyone who does speak French. So we are reading The Tale of Despero, and we are at chapter 1, the last one. Oh my gosh, I said like you're in class, with the book tilted up. This story begins within the walls of a castle, with the birth of a mouse, a small mouse, the last mouse born to his parents, and the only one of his litter to be born alive. Where are my babies? Said the exhausted mother when the ordeal was through. Show to me my babies. The father mouse held the one small mouse up high. There was only this one, he said. The others are dead. Mon Dieu, just the one mouse baby? Just the one. Will you name him? Of all that work for nothing, said the mother. She sighed. It is so sad. It is such the disappointment. She was a French mouse who had arrived at the castle long ago in the luggage of a visiting French diplomat. Disappointment was one of her favorite words. She used it often. Will you name him? Repeated the father. Will I name him? Will I name him? Of course. I will name him, but he will only die like the others. Oh, so sad. Oh, such a tragedy. The mouse mother held a handkerchief to her nose and then waved it in front of her face. She sniffed. I will name him, yes. I will name this mouse Despero, for all the sadness, for the many despairs in this place. Now, where is my mirror? Her husband handed her a small shard of mirror. The mouse mother, whose name was Antoinette, looked at her reflection and gasped aloud. Toulouse, she said to one of her sons, get to me my makeup bag. My eyes are fright. While Antoinette touched up her eye makeup, the mouse father put Despero down on a bed made of blanket scraps. The April sun, weak but determined, shone through a castle window, and from there squeezed itself through a small hole in the wall, and placed one golden finger on the little mouse. The other, older mice children gathered around to stare at Despero. His eyes are too big, said his sister Merlot. Those are the biggest ears I've ever seen. Look, said a brother named Furlough. His eyes are open. Pa, his eyes are open. They shouldn't be open. It is true. Despero's eyes should not have been open, but they were. He was staring at the sun reflecting off his mother's mirror. The light was shining onto the ceiling in an oval of brilliance, and he was smiling up at the sight. There's something wrong with him, says the father. Leave him alone. Despero's brothers and sisters stepped back, away from the new mouse. This is the last, proclaimed Antoinette from her bed. I will have no more mice babies. They are such the disappointment. They are hard on my beauty. They ruin for me my looks. This is the last one. No more. The last one, said the father. And he'll be dead soon. He can't live, not with his eyes open like that. But reader, he did live. This is the story. Chapter 2, Such a Disappointment. Despero Tilling lived, but his existence was cause for much speculation in the mouse community. He's the smallest mouse I've ever seen, said his Aunt Florence. It's ridiculous. No mouse has ever been this small, not even a Tilling. She looked at Despero through narrowed eyes as if she expected him to disappear entirely. No mouse, she said, ever. Despero, his tail wrapped around his feet, stared back at her. Those eyes, those are some big ears he's got, too, observed his Uncle Alfred. They look more like donkey ears, if you ask me. They are obscenely large ears, said Aunt Florence. Despero wiggled his ears. His Aunt Florence gasped. They say he was born with his eyes open, whispered Uncle Alfred. Despero stared hard at his uncle. Impossible, said Aunt Florence. No mouse, no matter how small or obscenely large ear, is ever born with his eyes open. It simply isn't done. His pa, Lester, says he's not well, said Uncle Alfred. Despero sneezed. He said nothing in defense of himself. How could he? Everything his aunt and uncle said was true. He was ridiculously small. His ears were obscenely large. He had been born with his eyes open, and he was sickly. He coughed and sneezed so often that he carried a handkerchief in one paw at all times. He ran temperatures. He fainted at loud noises. Most alarming of all, he showed no interest in the things a mouse should show interest in. He did not think constantly of food. He was not intent on tracking down every crumb. While his larger, older siblings ate, Despero stood with his head cocked to one side, holding very still. Do you hear that sweet sound? He said. I hear the sound of cake crumbs falling out of people's mouths and hitting the floor, said his brother Toulouse. That's what I hear. No, said Despero. It's something else. It sounds like honey. You might have big ears, said Talise, but they're not attached right to your brain. You don't hear honey. You smell honey when there's honey to smell, which there isn't. Son, barked Despero's father, snap to it. Get your head out of the clouds and hunt for crumbs. Please, said his mother, look for the crumbs. Eat them to make your mamma happy. You are such the skinny mouse. You are a disappointment to your mamma. Sorry, said Despero. He lowered his head and sniffed the castle floor. But, reader, he was not smelling. He was listening, with his big ears, to the sweet sound that no other mouse seemed to hear. Chapter 3, Once Upon a Time. Despero's siblings tried to educate him in the ways of being a mouse. His brother Furlough took him on a tour of the castle to demonstrate the art of scurrying. Move side to side, instructed Furlough, scrabbling across the waxed castle floor. Look over your shoulder all the time. First to the right, then to the left. Don't stop for anything. But Despero wasn't listening to Furlough. He was staring at the light pouring in through the stained glass windows of the castle. He stood on his hind legs and held his handkerchief over his heart and stared up, up, up into the brilliant light. Furlough, he said, what is this thing? What are all these colors? Are we in heaven? Cripes! Shouted Furlough from a far corner. Don't stand there in the middle of the floor talking about heaven. Move! You're a mouse, not a man. You've got to scurry. What? Said Despero, still staring at the light. But Furlough was gone. He had, like a good mouse, disappeared into a hole in the molding. Despero's sister Merlot took him into the castle library, where light came streaming in through tall, high windows and landed on the floor in bright yellow patches. Here, said Merlot. Follow me, small brother, and I will instruct you on the fine points of how to nibble paper. Merlot scurried up a chair and from there hopped onto a table on which there sat a huge open book. This way, small brother, she said as she crawled onto the pages of the book. And Despero followed her from the chair to the table, to the page. Now then, said Merlot, this glue here is tasty, and the paper edges are crunchy and yummy, like so. She nibbled the edge of a page and then looked over at Despero. You try, she said. First a bite of some glue, and then follow it with a crunch of the paper. And these squiggles, they are very tasty. Despero looked down at the book, and something remarkable happened. The marks on the pages, the squiggles, as Merlot referred to them, arranged themselves into shape. The shapes arranged themselves into words, and the words spelled out a delicious and wonderful phrase. Once upon a time. Once upon a time, whispered Despero. What? Said Merlot. Nothing. Eat, said Merlot. I can't possibly, said Despero, backing away from the book. Why? Said Despero. It would ruin the story. The story? What story? Merlot stared at him. A piece of paper trembled at the end of one of her indignant whiskers. It's just like Pa said when you were born. Something is not right with you. She turned and scurried from the library to tell her parents about this latest disappointment. Despero waited until she was gone, and then he reached out and, with one paw, touched the lovely words, Once upon a time. He shivered, he sneezed, he blew his nose into his handkerchief. Once upon a time, he said aloud, relishing the sound, and then, tracing each word with his paw, he read the story of a beautiful princess and the brave knight who serves and honors her. Despero did not know it, but he would need, very soon, to be brave himself. Have I mentioned that beneath the castle there was a dungeon? In the dungeon there were rats. Large rats. Mean rats. Despero was destined to meet those rats. Reader, you must know that an interesting fate, sometimes involving rats, sometimes not, awaits almost everyone, mouse or man, who does not conform. I need a sip. Chapter 4. Enter the P. Despero's brothers and sisters soon abandoned the thankless task of trying to educate him in the ways of being a mouse. And so Despero was free. He spent his days as he wanted. He wandered through the rooms of the castle, staring dreamily at the light streaming in through the stained glass windows. He went to the library and read over and over again the story of the fair maiden and the knight who rescued her. And he discovered, finally, the source of the honey-sweet sound. The sound was music. The sound was King Philip playing his guitar and singing to his daughter, the Princess P, every night before she fell asleep. Hidden in a hole in the wall of the princess's bedroom, the mouse listened with all his heart. The sound of the king's music made Despero's soul grow large and light inside of him. "Oh," he said, "it sounds like heaven. It smells like honey." He stuck his left ear out of the hole in the wall so that he could hear the music better, and then he stuck his right ear out so that he could hear better still. And it wasn't too long before one of his paws followed his head, and then another paw, and then, without any real planning on Despero's part, the whole of him was on display, all in an effort to get closer to the music. Now, while Despero did not indulge in many of the normal behaviors of mice, he did adhere to one of the most basic and elemental of all mice rules. Do not ever, under any circumstances, reveal yourself to humans. But the music. The music. The music made him lose his head and act against the small few mouse instincts he was in possession of. And because of this, he revealed himself. And in no time at all, he was spied by the sharp-eyed Princess P. "Oh, Papa," she said, "look, a mouse." The king stopped singing. He squinted. The king was nearsighted. That is, hold on. Anything that was not right in front of his eyes was very difficult for him to see. "Where?" said the king. "There," said the Princess P. She pointed. "That, my dear P, is a bug, not a mouse. It is much too small to be a mouse." "No, no, it's a mouse." "A bug," said the king, who liked to be right. "A mouse," said the P, who knew that she was right. As for Despero, he was beginning to realize that he had made a very grave error. He trembled. He shook. He sneezed. He considered fainting. "He's frightened," said the P. "Look, he's so afraid he's shaking. I think he was listening to the music. Play something, Papa." "A king play music for a bug?" King Philip wrinkled his forehead. "Is that proper, do you think? Wouldn't this make this into some kind of topsy-turvy, wrong-headed world if a king played music for a bug?" "Papa, I told you, he's a mouse," said the P. "Please." "Oh, well, if it will make you happy, I, the king, will play music for a bug." "A mouse," corrected the P. The king adjusted his heavy gold crown. He cleared his throat. He strummed the guitar and started to sing a song about stardust. The song was as sweet as light shining through stained glass windows, as captivating as the story in a book. Despero forgot all his fear. He only wanted to hear the music. He crept closer, and then closer still, until, reader, he was sitting right at the foot of the king. Chapter 5. What Furlough Saw. The Princess P looked down at Despero. She smiled at him. And while her father played another song, a song about the deep purple falling over sleepy garden walls, the princess reached out and touched the top of the mouse's head. Despero stared up at her in wonder. The P, he decided, looked just like the picture of the fair maiden in the book in the library. The princess smiled at Despero again, and this time Despero smiled back. And then something incredible happened. The mouse fell in love. Reader, you may ask this question. In fact, you must ask this question. Is it ridiculous for a very small, sickly, big-eared mouse to fall in love with a beautiful human princess named P? The answer is yes. Of course, it's ridiculous. Love is ridiculous. But love is also wonderful and powerful. And Despero's love for the Princess P would prove, in time, to be all these things: powerful, wonderful, and ridiculous. You're so sweet, said the princess to Despero. You're so tiny. As Despero looked up at her adoringly, Furlough happened to scurry past the princess's room, moving his head left to right to left, back and forth. Cripes, said Furlough. He stopped. He stared into the princess's room. His whiskers became as tight as bowstrings. What Furlough saw was Despero Tilling sitting at the foot of the king. What Furlough saw was the princess touching the top of his brother's head. Cripes! Shouted Furlough again. Oh, Cripes! He's nuts! He's a goner! And executing a classic scurry, Furlough went off to tell his father, Lester Tilling, the terrible, unbelievable news of what he had just seen. Chapter 6. This Drum. He simply cannot be my son, Lester said. He clutched his whiskers with his front paws and shook his head from side to side in despair. Of course he is your son, said Antoinette. What do you mean he is not your son? This is a ridiculous statement. Why must you always make these ridiculous statements? You, said Lester. This is your fault. The French blood in him has made him crazy. Oh my gosh, I'm about to do French. This is... I can say me, said Antoinette. Me? Why must it always be I who takes the blame? If your son is such the disappointment, it is as much your fault as mine. Something must be done, said Lester. He pulled on a whisker so hard that it came loose. Yeah, why? Lucas, my friend. French is not my thing. My parents should have bought into those muzzy VHS back when I was a child. If you're as old as I am, you remember the muzzy commercials. Yes, that's French they're speaking, but no, these children aren't French. They're American. That gets me every time. Moi. Yeah, think Miss Piggy. Moi. Yeah, you got moi out of me, but it's not. It's moi. You're right. See, that's how wonderful my French is. He pulled on a whisker so hard that it came loose. He waved the whisker over his head. He pointed it at his wife. He will be the end of us all, he shouted, sitting at the foot of a human king. Unbelievable. Unthinkable. Oh, so dramatic, said Antoinette. She held out one paw and studied her painted nails. He is a small mouse. How much of the harm can he do? If there is one thing I have learned in this world, said Lester, it is that mice must act like mice, or else there is bound to be trouble. I will call a special meeting of the Mouse Council. Together, we will decide what must be done. Oh, said Antoinette, you and this Council of the Mouse? It is a waste of the time, in my opinion. Don't you understand? Shouted Lester. He must be punished. He must be brought up before the tribunal. He pushed past her and dug furiously through a pile of paper scraps until he uncovered a thimble with a piece of leather stretched across its open end. Oh, please, said Antoinette. She covered her ears. Not this drum of the Council of the Mouse. Yes, said Lester, the drum. He held it up high above his head, first to the north, and then to the south, and then to the east and the west. He lowered it and turned his back to his wife, and closed his wife. And closed his wife. There we go. And turned his back to his wife, and closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, and began to beat the drum slowly, one long beat with his tail, two staccato beats with his paws. Boom, tat tat, boom, tat tat, boom, tat tat. The rhythm of the drum was a signal for the members of the Mouse Council. Boom, tat tat, boom, tat tat, boom. The beating of the drum let them know that an important decision would have to be made.